Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, September the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen, both in YouTube. Thank you, RC. And somebody in YouTube, maybe just let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen, or not hear my screen, but see my screen and hear me. All right, guys. So I'm getting the confirmation in our main room. Czech is some kind of a merger, so that's why I'm really not going to talk about it too much, guys. Czech is some kind of a merger, CEHEK, merger with Embody AI. I don't know if that's a public company. Doesn't look like it is. Thank you, Vince. Okay, good to go. So this is the one, guys. Maybe HSDT. This is one of those. Wow, we're gonna got up to $51, raising $500 million for Solana-focused treasury. Okay, so another one of the companies joining the digital asset treasury or management sector, HSDT. But look at the pullback. It got up to $51, pulled back more than half so far. Probably a low float, very low float, 1 million in the float. A lot of volume already, 13 million. You know what? I didn't have this on my list, guys, but FRGT is just ripping right now. Freight Technologies, FRGT, just ripping right now. Fortifies collaboration with Amazon Mexico through direct system integration. So that's the kind of the late breaking news at 9 o'clock for FRGT. Next high looking left around 226. So we're getting close to those highs. That's a big pop, obviously. All the volume just came in here. That is FRGT. LDI. It's not on my list right now. LDI dropped off. It's pulled back quite a bit. The last time I saw it, I think it was around $5. No, I see why. So it's only a 14.5%. So when it was up here at around 523, it was in one of the top 15 in this list. Just slightly under, slightly under. Loan Depot. FRGT, guys. FRGT just ripping right now. Let's take a look on a weekly chart. Looking left. Next high. Looks like it's around 279. 279. And then, yeah, 279. If it gets through 279 on the weekly chart anyway, 416. So there is room on the weekly chart for this one to keep moving. Again, it's not putting Amazon in their press release. NAOV, so this had a big pop up to 15. It has pulled back down to 10. It's a issued patent from the USPTO. So that is the news on this one. Well, FRGT just on that news. Look at the volume. It came right in on that news. It is shortable for me. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 36,000 shares. Some big guys. I mean, that's a pretty obviously a very parabolic move. Well, Vince, there must be something in there that's blocking it. I can't tell you what it is. For check, CHEK. I don't use, you know what? Why don't you use mine? Just use mine. I'm going to show you what I have been doing for years and years and years. I think it's haven't deviated really from this. So if you go to my homepage, and click on the link, Okay, and scroll down, and here are my scans that I'm sharing. Right at the very top, the pre-market act is up and down, okay? That's what I've been using. It's hard for me to know why check is not showing up for you in the dog channel bar, okay? I don't use it, so there's got to be some filter blocking it, but I just don't know what it is. Okay, guys, some action in IREN. IREN, it's only up 4%. That's why it's not showing up here. Same with the APLD. SMR had some, well, I don't news. I mean, first of all, there was a $35 price target put on it by RBC. Kind of muted. Look at FRGT, guys. I'm glad I didn't short it yet. Anyway, FRGT just, man. I mean, now the next high is 413. Eventually, this is going to. I mean, the news. Okay, it's expanding its partnership with Amazon Mexico by integrating directly with Amazon's internal tracking system. Okay, I mean, that's the news. Putting Amazon in the press release. I'm not saying they shouldn't have or not allowed to, but probably a little bit of hype in this, obviously. 2 million in the float. Another one that's this is another freight company though, or shipping company anyway. ZIM is moving. ZIM moving. Just quickly go to that pre-market. I can tell you why. Probably. See, we got this earnings per share in here. Just gonna, yeah. So Vince, just to let you know, and others, if you're using, I used to use the earnings per share. It's a hack to sort of keep out, well, not sort of, supposed to keep out ETFs, etc. Okay, you put the earnings per share because ETFs, of course, don't have earnings, but sometimes it blocks foreign stocks. I don't know if Czech is one of them. Yeah, Czech is well, where is Czech? I don't know if Czech is a foreign stock or, but sometimes it just blocks. Yeah, I see it's an Israeli stock. Sometimes it blocks stocks from Israel for some reason, okay, and foreign stocks. That's the reason why you're not seeing check. So I took it out of mine, okay. I got rid of the kind of, I call it the ETF blocker, but that's the reason. Speaking of not getting rid of ETF blockers, look at Tesla, guys. So if you, it's dropped off. Interesting. What? Couldn't have dropped off. Oh, there it is. Okay. So Tesla. So if you're thinking Tesla is going to keep moving higher, guys, this is a way in which you can use its ETF. It's ETF designed specifically for Tesla, of course. You'll get two times the move. So if Tesla moves up another point, like 1%, this will move up 2%. But of course, if Tesla moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. So you can see, and lots of 96 million, plenty of liquidity on this. So it's the way you, in which if you thought Tesla was going to keep moving higher, you'll get double the move. Okay. And that's the, if you thought Tesla was finally going to start dropping a bit, this is the ETF design. You could buy this. If you think Tesla is going to start to drop somewhat, this is only, it's a two timer too. Look at the volume, 25 million. Wow. So Vince, did that make sense? Or do you understand what I was saying regarding the ETF or the earnings per share? Again, I call it a hack. I don't use it anymore because it was blocking some of these foreign stocks. I thought, you know what? I'll put up with the odd ETF that I may not want to see. All right, glue. Wow, glue is a big one too, guys. We're way through the 200-day moving average. Monte Rosa soaring. We're partnered with Swiss pharmaceutical company Novartis to develop a degrader-based drug. Okay, so they're partnering with Novartis. Just well, if you just click on my homepage link, okay, Vince, click on my homepage link. It's not my layout so much. I what I'm doing is I'm sharing individual scans. Well, I'm sharing these are the two that you can see. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, see the middle section right there, view scans, okay, right there. And right at the top here, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Okay, right there. Lots happening, guys. Lots happening. Market is in for another positive open as we speak. Okay, all you have to, I'm sorry, okay, Vince, all you have to do then is take it and right click and then show tree map, okay? Click on show tree map. Not everybody wants the tree map, so that's why I keep it as the grid, but if you want the tree map, then just right click in the body of it and check show tree map, okay? In both of them, and then if you've got the ones moving down also, okay? Well, here's another one, guys. Okay, oh, okay, okay. This is a public company. So Czech is actually merging with this company. CHEK is actually merging with these guys. They are a public company, I guess. Yeah, or MF International. No, no. Wait a minute. Before I definitive merger with Embody AI. For some reason, for some reason. Okay, so okay, forget what I just said. Okay, MFI though is moving up, filing a preliminary prospectus for 700 mixed shelf, $700 million mixed shelf security shelf or mixed security shelf. Okay, so MFI nothing to do with Embody. Excuse me. A big move. Look at that, 31%. Crazy low float, 560,000 in the float. And now now that we're using dilution tracker, That's what everybody wanted us to use. So if you're finding other websites that say it's not that, I don't, not that I don't care, but we're pretty sure that Dilution Tracker is on top of it. So 560,000 shares in the float. Boy, lots of action, guys. RELI on the move now too. Look at this pop. RELI. Okay, trade of the week. Trade of the week is EVGO. EVGO. I put it in the trade of the week is EVGO. Suggested entry is around the 420 mark, so you can see it's there now. Typically, these trades of the week are not traded. Well, you do what you want, of course. I mean, it's 185,000 shares, but technically, it has to trigger during market hour, 9:30 to 4 o'clock. Okay, technically, but I mean, how you trade it, if you trade it, is going to be up to you. Cantor Fitzgerald is maintaining coverage, overweight. I don't see if they put a price target on it, but that is the trade of the week. Little areas to get through, I guess. Well, there is 421 right there. Next high after that is 434. Of course, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It's free. Okay, guys, I'm just looking. NBY super active the last couple of weeks. Actually, NBY very active the last 2 weeks. But a week and a half ago, got up to 446. It pulled back all the way back down to 2. Today, it is up 15%. Good volume. Friday's high was $3.12 or so. It takes that out. 345 is the next high. Lemonade, it's not up a huge amount, LMND, but it is on the move. LMND on the move a little. It's pulled back for about 3 weeks now, but having a little pop here. Nice rise in the pre-market. I don't see any specific news on it. No idea, Ian. There's everybody trade because people trade it differently. I have no idea. We don't track it. It's just it's an if you trade it situation. Talking about the trade of the week. $55.30 is the next high, and after that, $56.27. HYFT, guys. So it's a cheap earnings play, MindWalk, cheap earnings play. Pulled way back. It got up to 330 in the pre-market. Well, of course, we're still in the pre-market, and it got down to $2. Trying to pop a little bit again, but this is a very cheap earnings play. Another cheap earnings play is Coda, CODA. Coda Octopus. What do they do? Developing, managing, or manufacturing marketing of subsea products. Okay, well, that makes sense. You have octopus in the name. All right, so there's Coda. Coda is an earnings play, a cheap earnings play. On the weekly chart, wow, it's got room, guys. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Monthly chart. Next high is 9. Now it got up to in the pre-market, I got it for 976 this morning. So the high right now, next high is 9, 966, 985, etc. Okay, guys. Let's see. So again, soaring on partnership with Novartis, and that's Glue, GLUE, w- breaking all the way through that 200-day moving average, like way above it now. I don't think I looked at the monthly chart. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it go? Yeah, I mean, this has got a ton of room on the monthly chart. 10 got up to 1071 a few months ago. Got up to 921 this morning. What time was that? That was about 7:45. So HSDT raising a bunch of money to focusing on Solana as far as an altcoin is concerned. Underneath, right at the VWAP right now. That's a pretty brutal pullback, guys, from the highs. $51, getting all the way back to way more than cut in half. Swing picks, I have no idea, Ian. I don't. I'm not a swing trader at all, so I have no idea. But I thought the swing picks, in theory, if they trigger, you take it at whenever they trigger, and in theory, you would get rid of them at the end of the week, so you can kind of track it. I would never get rid of something that's working though, but it's hard, the reason being is that people will look at it differently and say, well, I don't like quite like that, but boy, if it pulls back to this level, so they like the idea of having a potential swing pick identified, but maybe they're not blindly just looking at, okay, a suggested entry is this, and they just take it there. People might look at that and go, well, you know what, I'd rather take it on, or maybe it pulls back to pulls back to a level, it never triggers, pulls back to a better level. So it's very difficult. It's hard to. I think the idea of the trade of the week and the swing picks is at least identifying stocks to at least focus on. Okay. Boy, rely guys, RELI on the move, trading higher. I think I just mentioned this. The company announced, as part of its cryptocurrency deal, okay, 120 million. So this is way cheaper, of course, than the HSDT, and it's a low float, 4 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. On the weekly chart, what do we see here? 209. All right, guys, it's on. Wow, gonna hurry. I'm gonna get the layout that I use once market once it's 9:30. All right, guys. So this is the layout that I use once the market opens. I don't have this up, but this is same as the pre-market actives up, except now it's just the top six. Okay, top six as opposed to the top 15 to see if anything is sneaking in. I have it on my list. I didn't mention LRE, but I do have it on my list. 65%. This is one of those potential dividend plays. Okay, 7-cent dividend. We've seen a few of those in the last month or so, and they just have these wild pops. And that's LRE, very low float, 1.35 million in the float. Look at the volume, 23 million. For shorting it to buy it, right? We're talking to buy it. I think it was TSLQ. Yeah. So if you think that Tesla is going to start dropping somewhat, you can buy this one. This is you can buy TSLQ if Tesla starts to drop and you think it's going to continue to drop somewhat. You can buy TSLQ. Remember though, it's a double, so that means if Tesla drops 1%, this will go up 2% when you buy it. But if Tesla stops and starts going up, say 1% has a 1% move, this will have a 2% move down. Just so you understand, that's why it's called a double, 2 times short. This is good for people who can't short. Maybe their account doesn't allow you to short. So you can buy this and take advantage of a stock that is moving down. There's so many of them now. When I say so many of them now, so many companies now have ETFs designed directly, specifically for them. Okay, guys. So HSDT is hanging around the VWAP. The VWAP is 2530. So it's hanging around the VWAP. Another one of these companies, digital asset treasury, digital asset management, whatever acronym we want to use, but 500 million raising to buy Solana. Solana. I think I mentioned the IHT. IHT, another one of these. Yeah, so it's not an earnings play exactly, but they're just saying they revenues exceed 4 million. So it's not an earnings play. All right, guys, 9:28. So in fact, 9:29. So we have less than a minute for this for the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading week, everybody. Let's have a great trading day, but let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Doesn't mean everything is settled down in the first 15, but certainly more so than in the first 15. And yes, I run the risk of something running away from me right at the beginning, but I'm prepared for that. This race will start once the market once 9:30. Now this one, the market is went for a nice open. But what I might do, depending on what it looks like, of course, a little bit. But if I see something here, this is large cap losers from the start of the race. Notice that there's nothing that's meeting the filter requirements, and not many stocks do meet the filter requirements of this. All right, OCGN. You can see this one in the pre-market. OCGN on the move here, guys. Rely, okay, LDI dropping, HSDT weakening a little bit. Just looking at some of the movers in the pre-market. Rely, RELI, hanging around 165-ish. ATCH. Big move. Wow. Okay. So why I don't see some of these things in the pre-market is because this is up 163%. I have a minimum of $1. Okay, on my most of my virtually all my scanners. So that's why I'm not seeing something like this until it hits a dollar. ATCH. Whoa, HSDT just got halted on the way down, guys. Okay, just got halted on the way down. Okay, we were getting some halts. Oh, wow. Rely got halted on the way down too. RELI got halted on the way down. Check, this is more of a merger. So check got halted on the way down also. So we've got three halts on the way down. Boy, another one, Atch. Well, we just talked about Atch, ATCH got halted on the way up. So okay, I'm going to show you this screen. This says from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers showing me the halt price. There's a symbol. Sometimes the symbol doesn't show up, but that is a symbol, of course, ATCH, halted at 115. This column trying to show you potentially where it could open. Okay, no big clue. Obviously, it still says 115. If you're not familiar with halts and resumes, usually a stock is halted. This is what's called a volatility halt, and usually they are 5 minutes long. Stock just pops too quickly in a short period of time, acceleration, so they halt it for 5 minutes usually. Usually the first halt is pretty good. Pretty good meaning if you're in this one now, usually the first halt is pretty good. That it'll open above the halt price. All right, guys. So let's say SMX. Let's see what's happening with this one. It didn't see this in the pre-market. Hmm. Open popping over 10 again, guys. Open. High on Friday was 1040, 1038 or so. Ton of volume, 36 million, 5.4 times normal. And that is for open. You can see open on the list right now. I'm going to go over this race in about 25 minutes, okay, at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. There's a IHT, guys. IHT making a 7% move within a 2-minute period. Changing this to 2 minutes. I changed it to 2 minutes. It's on my homepage. Okay, you have a 5 minute or a 2 minute, up to you. In this in the change up or down percent. So I didn't really change it. I just changed it from this to what I was using the 5 minute before. Decided I'll try the 2 minute this week for a while anyway. All right, guys. RCAT on the move down here. RCAT. Next low looking left is 991. So there is some room for RCAT, RCAT. So this is showing up that I might have to look at one of these early. All right, guys. RCAT on the move down. RCAT on the move down. RCAT. Okay, so NAOV is up on patent news, guys. Patent news. NAOV is up on patent news. This was pre-market, of course. Now there's the VWAP, 1173. So has about $1 to the VWAP area, and I think it just got halted. Yeah, I'm sorry, this was halted. So this one was halted on the way up. NAOV was halted on the way up. Hatch is resumed, and oops. Now I have to admit, on these cheap ones, the ones that are just barely getting over $1, I have noticed that the first halt is not necessarily good. Okay, but these ones that barely squeak over $1 and get halted, I have noticed that the first halt is not doesn't typically. Let's take a look at Rely. We'll use this as, of course, that's halted on the way down. Maybe NAOV will be a good barometer. So that's not good. Got halted on the way down, and now you're looking here, 95. Okay, let's see. LRE is pulling back now. Okay, so check got halted again, guys, on the way up this time. Check got halted on the way up. This is a merger. We're merging with a company. Meanwhile, market is, of course, making a. I think this is another high, all-time high for the SPY. And the answer is yes, of course. Long halt, guys, for HSDT. So as I said earlier, typically these halts are 5 minutes long, but this got halted at 9:31 plus 37 seconds. So usually, then, if it's not a 5 minute halt, it'll be a multiple of five. So that'll be 10. So 9:41 plus 37 seconds if it's going to be a 10 minute halt. Lulu, okay, not Lululemon, but Lulu's fashion. LVLU, sure, Lululemon. Back here, call themselves this, and it's very close to their symbol also. Um, so there's LVLU on the move here. A big day a few days ago. All right, guys, our cat is, giving me a little bit here. I was bound and determined to take one of the. Now, they didn't actually win the race, but I was showing up here. I'm just seeing at the beginning of the day, these stocks seem to be weak most of the day, even though the market is, higher today. But this is, you're not going to get very many in this list of races. Okay, is LRE pulling back to an area that might be interesting? Well, it's way below the VWAP, so that's not interesting. Well, SMR, guys, SMR was brief. It's failing. Well, falling now, not failing, but falling now. SMR. All right, Wolf. You know what? GoPro. Let's take a look at GoPro and why are they still around? So 215 is the high of Friday. Big float, 128 million in the float. So if you have our AI guys, you'll notice that there are three that have appeared. I'm surprised Arcad did. Well, Arcad did win a race now, but was leading. Won a race earlier, I guess. But let me take a look at. I think Oscar would have been awesome. I didn't take it. Oscar. Well, that's free market, so I couldn't have. Well, that's the 930. I could have taken that one. 917 down to. Sorry, 19. Ooh, that's a good one. I didn't take it. Took the Arcat instead. I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about shorting. I said I was bound and determined to take one right off the bat this morning in this particular race. This is the large cap losers from the start of the race. I'll go over this later. This is not on my homepage, so anybody who wants this, I'm going to ask me for it. Mention the NBY guys, NBY in the pre-market. What's happening over three now has a little bit of room. Okay, 347 is the next high looking left on for NBY. Left on the daily chart. Well, if you got the AI, you know that Wolf is a pretty good one, guys. Wolf is a very good one so far from our AI. I'm not talking about it now because the trigger was a lot earlier. So, Wolf, if there's any news on this one, actually three. This is the third big day, guys. I mean, Thursday and Friday, and now a nice pop up here. What do they do? Semi play. So Vince, our AI is it's a part of our premium service. Okay, I'll just flash it. This is what it looks like. I'm not going to display it. It's a premium part of our premium service. The alerts come in automatically. Well, automatically, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do, but it's part of our premium service. That's why I don't show it that much because it's not fair for those of you who pay for it. Well, then you should be looking at it. The reason you have premium, Vince, I'm assuming, is that you want to have access to the AI. So if you don't have, this is this is what I would do. You can see what I'm pointing at. Click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then don't go to the chat. The channel is, in my opinion, it's too cluttered. This to me makes it a lot simpler to follow. So if you click on premium AI strategy trades window, notice I have three that start off with premium AI. Click the middle one, and if you do that, you're gonna see like a very simple screen. The only other thing I would make sure you see there's something that says filter. Make sure it says none. More than likely, it'll say profitable trades. They're all profitable, but right now, but I would uncheck it because I want to follow the trades all day long, whether or not they're underneath the alert price or not. Okay. And then take that window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every day. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. So when you close down Trade Ideas, save your layout and have that part of your layout. Okay. And the other thing is that you will get no alerts. This is for everybody. If you're looking at our AI, you will get no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, that's by design. I see a couple came in at 9:40, came in at 9:41, and you don't necessarily get one at 9:40, but that will be the earliest that you can get one. Okay. But this LRE just keeps pulling back. It's a dividend play, but it's not doing it. Mixed martial arts, guys. MMA. And wow, look at the room this has got. Okay, so 307. This is one that over there. Well, this looks like so it's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. It's Tuesday. It popped up to 306, but look where it closed. Closed at $1.46, cut in half from the high, and but it's starting to march back a little bit here. A low float, not crazy low. 16 million in the float. Wow, I'm so glad, guys. If you heard me on last week, I was getting ticked off of myself. Getting some really nice ones in right off the bat. Stocks that were showing up right off the bat in the large cap losers. But I have this sort of call it a quote unquote rule of not trading in the first 15 minutes. But I said I'm going to take the first one that I see. Now our cat was it. And these are shorts. Titanium, guys, has been an active one. Keep an eye on this one. PTNM 903 is the high looking left. That was Thursday's high. It's 724 right now. This has been a super active one. Uh, Thursday, it got all the way up to 903, closed down here, 6, next day, down to 596 again, kind of. But trying to come back a bit here. All right, NAOV got halted on the way up. Okay, NAOV got halted on the way up. Another one has this. We're granted a patent for. I think it's a medical device. Yeah, it's a patent for a medical device that they've got. Well, if you bought just before the halt, is this the first halt for today? Yeah, it's the second one. Hopefully, I'm going to cross my fingers for you, Ian. It's the second halt for today. Now, again, look what happened. You see, this is what I mean. Typically, the first halt is pretty good. Obviously, it was 1074 was the first halt, and now we're at 1317. So, um, second halt can be okay. Usually not as robust as the first one. It's the third halt that can be a little bit challenging. When I again when I'm talking about that, I mean stock gets halted first time, yeah, still a lot of enthusiasm when it opens. Pops second time, maybe not quite as much. The third time is when you can see a lot of profit taking. But I'll be cheering you on, Ian, that this second one is still pretty good for you. But have your I don't know where you got in. If you got in just before the halt, make sure I would have. Well, are you just paper trading? I'd have your finger on the submit button, or you are live. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna look at Arcad again. He's won 3 races now. Yeah, right. The low 990 is here now. I'm going to I doubt very much it's going to take out 10. So if any closer to 10, I'll probably cover some. Okay, guys, you might want to watch WBD. This was a super active one last week. WBD rumor, about Paramount, Skydance buying them. That was the rumor. That was Thursday or yeah, Thursday's rumor. Popped it. Friday continued. Time Friday was 9:32, 1932. Sorry. So this is another. Well, I'll talk a little bit about the AI here, guys, because we had an alert for Wolf. At 258, and before it pulled back at all, it got up to 276. But look what it did; it pulled back into the entry again. So just that's why I'm saying use this like a watch list, because sometimes you might miss it the first time, and it pulls back to a level. Look at that; it was holding the VWAP. All right, okay, HSDT now. It did pop. I mean, it got down to wow, 19, let's say $20. I think it's probably halted on the way up. Yeah, so this is certainly turning into a bit of a delayed reaction, guys. I mean, this is raising what $500 million or something for participate buy Solana. Sorry, Solana Focus Treasury. Call it an altcoin. Okay. You did get up to $50 in the pre-market, a little over 50 in the pre-market. All right, good. Nice, nice, nice. Look at that. So that was a fabulous second halt for NAOV. So now we have, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Not in this one, just look at let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? Maybe have to get to a weekly chart. Yeah, so on a weekly chart, the next high is around 1660. Okay, 1660. Well, sometimes it works, Ian. Okay, guys, so EVTV just got halted. EVTV just got halted on the way down. So, how is Steve's doing? EVGO, because I think that is, well, it's obviously an EV play. Oh, really good. Well, it triggered. Okay, I shouldn't say really good. It triggered, guys. 420 is the trigger. So it did trigger, 9:30 market. I call it the market hours, 9:30 to 4. So it did trigger. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. If you're looking at that weekly chart, the next high is 434, and that's what that resistance is right there. It takes that out though. The next high is 480 on the weekly chart. I don't typically trade the trade. These are designed for longer term trades, and I don't typically trade them, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Why I don't trade them? I'm not a swing trader. All right, guys, keep an eye on glue. This has had a huge pop through the 200-day moving average, I recall. So it is pulled back. So it might be setting up on a pullback, but there's the VWAP 720. So I mean, if you look at the VWAP, maybe it's a bit of a magnet, for a stock to revert to the VWAP at all. But it is now 10 o'clock, so I am now going to go over my homepage, including all the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. Okay. There's more information, of course, but if you're looking for my scans, stick around because I'm going to share them. Before I do that, let's take a look at HSDT. It just resumed. Didn't really pop. You might get a delayed reaction on it. All right, so here's my homepage, and at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Using my promo code Barry15, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a subscription. Now, a couple of reasons why to save my homepage. If you want to get into the main room, if you save my homepage, then you have to do this. You have to do this every day anyway. You want to get into what I call the main room, and you click on Trading Room. Those of you in YouTube, you want to stay there, that's fine. If you want to come into the main room, a lot more action there, a lot more traders in the main room. Okay, so it's up to you. You can stay on YouTube if you want, but that's how you can get into the what I call the main trading room. Okay, so you save my homepage link. Also, saving my homepage link. You know, we do have specials every now and then, and so you always see the latest promo. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. Why? Because it helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code. They don't mind keeping the main room free. Scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. That's where we've been talking about the trade of the week. Trade of the week this week is EVGO. Now, if you sign up, and it's free, you sign up for it, and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder, okay, before you contact us. Education section is here. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section is here. So the very first thing you must do if you take out a subscription is just getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, very short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, if it's a right fit for you, what I would do is start off with a second video and do the rest of them. And that should give you a pretty good idea about what the capabilities of Trade Ideas are. Okay, and that might help make up your mind whether or not you want to try us or not. Okay, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for those of you who are free to trading, new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans. Now, before I keep going, should always welcome the people who are new into the room, into our YouTube room or the main room. Welcome. This now the format is this. In the main room, the room is open. I think William opened it really early again today. But let's just say the room is open usually no later than 7:30 Eastern time in the morning. Okay. I don't get on the mic until about 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to open the room at 4:30 my time. So anyway, but the room is open no later than 7:30 in the morning Eastern time, the main room. I open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and again, I get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. Okay. Now it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. If you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. If I'm doing something in which I can't answer a question right away, I'll certainly let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I probably can't answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay, give you an email with a and how you can ask an accounting type question. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Now, looking for my scans. So SKM, your permission is up on Wednesday. Can I do permissions sooner? I looked on the weekend. Yeah, I don't know. We make it so darn hard to take out subscriptions or upgrade or down. Anyway, I can give you. So all you have to do, SK, I'm talking to SKM in the main room regarding an accounting issue, wanting to, I guess, resume a subscription of some sort. Okay, so info at trade hyphen I oops, sorry about that. I typed it in correctly. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so clicking on info at trade-ideas.com, just tell them what you want to do, okay? And give them your email address and just basically tell them this is what I like to do, and they'll help you. Okay? Fortunately, I just don't. I can't get in. Well, it's not I can't. I have no access to people's accounts, so that's why I can't do it. Okay, guys. So clicking on my homepage link now, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So this is the two. I was before I was using the 5 minute version. I've decided I'll switch to the 2 minute version. Okay. Now it's the change in 2 minutes. Could be up, could be down. Look at Onfill right now. Okay, could be up, could be down. I've got both versions. Up to you. Which one do you want? You can have them both if you want, but it's probably overkill. So I would just pick one or the other. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Ultra zooms down here. Now, I don't have large cap losers from the start of the race. I don't have that here, but if you're interested in it, I can give it to you. This is where I found the RCAT early today. I do have some other scans that I'm sharing, but I do not have them up and running, including the momentum scan, the gap continuation or reversal scan, and the Pepe combo scan. But I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but I decided I'm really paring back what I'm looking at. I'm finding that this gives me enough. But any questions about them, you can ask me, of course. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay? The pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Okay, let's take a look at this Onfo, guys. Wow, Onfo, look at this. Didn't see this in the pre-market. It's just showing up now. Look at the volume, 3.7 million. Press release announces quarterly preferred dividend. Yeah, another one of these dividend plays like the LRE, but the LRE, did, did not do it. But this one, no, this, I don't know how much longer this is going to go. I'm sure it's a low float, 3.5 million in the float. Okay, guys, I want to go over this race, and I want to because I think it's important for a couple of reasons. If you're new to trading and new to trading, what this does is it creates a top 10 list for you automatically. So why is that good? Well, it allows you to then focus on just a few stocks over the course of the day. I mean, it can be very overwhelming, I'm sure, if you're looking at all this for the first time, seeing all these symbols all day long. Well, this gives you a focus list of 10 stocks, and it's automatically created for you. You can see the first number one position is NAOV. And why is it number one? Because it won four races. That's what the number beside the stock means. Okay, it won four races. So right now, and I'm running 4 minute races, you're going to see right now that ONFO is at 15%. It's obviously going to win this race, and it'll be that. This is crazy, Pepe. This happens right around this time every day, and it's always when I'm talking about the racing, because then usually I'm going over this, and my screen just goes dark for a half a second. Anyway, so Onfo just won the last race, and you can see now it's been added. Eventually, there will be 10 stocks in here. Now, before I keep going, I'll put my homepage link in again. So if you scroll down a little bit and click on the education section, the more info, And at the top here is our guide, okay, the user guide. Why I'm showing you this is because there's a whole section on TI stock racing. I'm going to go over this race, but this is going to show you how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay. So it's a great reference to all the things that I'm going to talk about right now regarding this race. This is the race I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So first of all, how to use the race? Well, I mean, there's all sorts of different ways, but first of all, thing is, certainly if the stock is winning or like leading a race, I'm running 4 minute races. Again, this is you can adjust whatever time frame you want. I'm running 4 minute races, so I'm not quite 2 minutes into this race. And since the race started, Onfo has moved 6.75% since the race started. And AOV has moved 5.6%. That's what these percentages mean. So that's how a stock wins a race is if it at the end of the race has moved the most in that 4 minute period. That's how it wins a race. Now you don't have to number one couple things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. First of all, if I see a stock is leading a race that's at the top, I'll click on it immediately and just see what's happening. Okay. If I see any stock, maybe I haven't seen one of these symbols yet. I don't, BLNE. I haven't seen this one today. I'll click on it. If it's in this list of stocks, I will click on it just to see what's happening. So you can see right off the bat, BLNE kind of basing a little bit here. Okay, might get interesting. We talked about the titanium earlier, the PTNM earlier. Here it is sitting on the VWAP. So that's what I'm saying. You can click on these, anything that's in here, any stock that won a race. Click on it, see what's happening. Here's the AGAE. Let's see what's happening with it. Sometimes these stocks might be pulling back, into maybe into the VWAP or to a moving average that you like on your chart. So that's why I'm saying this is not just for new people who are new to trading. These are people have some experience, and then you can these are stocks that won races, and you can see if they're looking interesting to you for your trading style. Now, why are these stocks showing up? Just give me one moment. All right. So why are these stocks showing up? And that should be your question, really, if you're listening to all this. So all races start from a top list window. Okay. So if I right click and I open the top list, so this race here is these symbols. The race is generated from the symbols that are in this list of stocks. Okay. So why are these in here? As long as the stock is between $1 and $50. The current volume has to be at least 200,000 shares. Has to be up at least 2% from yesterday. In this case, it would be Friday's close. Then a stock will show up in this list. Now, I have purposely limited it to just 50 stocks. Okay, I don't need to see like 100 or 200 stocks in this list. So I've limited it to 50 stocks. Now, before we had races, and also the tree map. Look, the tree map also can be generated from a top list window. You have two options. You can show the tree map, and you can launch a real-time stock race from a top list window. So before we had any of these two, the way in which a person would use a top list window is, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you had the column header, which I do, which is C%, changed from the close of yesterday. In this case, it's Friday. And I can sort on it. I can double left click, and that'll give me a list of stocks. And right at the very top, you can see NAOV is up 73%, Onfo 59%, etc. But you can sort on any column here. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So what makes the race kind of special is this. This is a list of 50 stocks here, okay? Go all the way down to the bottom. So the race does not care whether or not a stock is, near the high or one of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is that when the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most up the list. That's all it cares about. Now, in this particular case, Onfo, yeah, it happens to be at the top here, but there was nothing stopping, like, FSLY. That's something most people. Let me find one that a lot of people really know. Well, it doesn't really matter, but one of these stocks, all of a sudden, for some reason, could start to move. Here's the ENVX. ENVX is up 6.4% from Friday's close. But what if all of a sudden it was really starting to move? It's up 6% or 7%, 8%, 10%, 12%, really moving up this list of stocks. Well, how would you know that? This is, we get the question a lot. I want to find the stocks that are starting to move. I don't want to necessarily see them when they're at the high of the day. I want to see them maybe when they're maybe beginning a move. Well, that's how you can do this. You see some because the race again does not care how much it's up from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what is moving in this list of stocks the most. That's what the race does. Now, a lot of times, the ones that are on top here are going to be the really active stocks all day long. Yes, but that doesn't mean that, I haven't seen this one all day long, FIGR. I have no idea where it's on this list of stocks, but then you don't have to stare at a list of stocks to see what one is moving. That's what the race does for you. So hopefully now it makes sense that you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. You might want a different price range. You might want a different volume. You might want, you can add your own filters and then run the race on it. The other thing you can do is run a race on your symbols that you want to follow, your stocks that you want to follow. Maybe you've got a list of 20 or 30 stocks that you like, maybe you like following them every day. Or maybe it's a different list of 20 or 30 stocks every day based on what's happening in the pre-market. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, attach it to the top list, and then you can just follow those stocks all day long if that's what you want to do in a race. Okay. So there's all sorts of things you can do with the race. This just happens to be my set of parameters. It does not have to be your set of parameters. Hey guys, I see NAOV is being halted again. Well, it must have got halted on the way down, so it had the big pullback. And now it's starting to move again. NAOV starting to move again. All right, now this HSDT, boy, has it ever been all over the place? This looked pretty promising right around here. It popped up, but look at this. I don't think it's way shortable for me. Hey, 4.5, 4,500 shares available, Interactive Brokers. Look at that drop, 24 down to 18. But it's hindsight is wonderful. I mean, this could have just as easy ripped from here, but you can see it was getting closer and closer to the VWAP, that purple line on my chart. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you could have been looking at this and saying, I wonder if the VWAP will act as resistance on the way up, like the SPY right now. Okay, will the VWAP, is my 5-minute SPY chart, and you can see that purple line on my chart, that is the VWAP. So will this act as support? Support on the way down or resistance on the way up? So of course, we're approaching it from above. So will this act as support? Okay, I think this was, wasn't this an IPO or something? Wasn't this an IPO? I mean, I know it looks like an IPO here. Stopped trading on the 21st, 2021, FIGR. This company decided, this is a couple of days ago. They liked the symbol. They wanted it. You could have it. That's what I'm assuming has happened. I think this is an IPO from here. And so right now, so it's at the yeah, lifetime high. So it is obviously a lifetime high, and that is FIGR. Don't know what they do. Thank you, John. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was. I remember talking about the fact that that company had taken over that symbol name or that symbol. Man, just the one trade so far for me, guys. I'm out of it now, of course, but wow, RCAT though, RCAT. I keep looking at some of these. Some of these short opportunities here. Okay, ISPC though, ISPC has been a super active one. You know, you can see a few days ago got up to what $3 or so, a little over three. Friday's high was 257. We're over $2 right now. Okay, so I see that Arcell is up 29% on European NOD for wound care device. Not sure what that acronym is, or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just a nod. Yeah, okay. Well, this is certainly indicative of a crazy low float, guys. NAOV with only 790,000 shares in the float and very, very volatile. So the high today was 1474. I'll put a price alert there and see if it takes it out. And let me take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this go? Well, there it just just approached it. Let me see where on a monthly chart where this could go. So the next high, okay, obviously did a lot of reverse splits. Let me get to a weekly chart. Okay, so yeah, so there, right there is 1660. 1660 is, I think that's why I had put this before. So somehow it takes out 1660, and it's not a stretch with that sort of a float. Then the next high on a weekly chart is 44. Now this is all reverse split adjusted. Okay, this never got up to 163, or probably going to see thousands. Yeah, this did not get up to $1,400. I'm not going to go, well. Here's another one, 26. So remember, this is all reverse split adjusted. So I don't know how many reverse splits. Basically, you would take all the reverse splits that have been in the past and keep multiplying by their ratio, and that'll get you to where, in relation to the current price, what it would have been. But of course, if you're just in this for the first time, you don't care about that. Mm. So your system is saying HSDT could bounce soon, okay? So you don't have HSDT anywhere, so I don't have to type in the symbol. Here it is. So what I'd be looking at, why I've gone to a 2-minute chart, guys, is I'm trying to really judge these sell flags and the buy flags in trade wave. Trying to catch them a little bit earlier. So, for instance, if I thought this was going to bounce, I personally, now if I'm going to try to follow these waves, I'm going to personally wait to see whether we get a transition to a blue. Okay, so orange, remember, trend back down. Blue means trend up. Now, it doesn't, I wouldn't, it's just a guide. It's a visual aid. It doesn't mean it's not obviously infallible, but I'm waiting to see if maybe this turns blue, if that little turn up. And this is part of our standard service, okay? The trade wave is part of the standard service. If you want to know how to activate it on your trade ideas charts, just let me know. Oh, I see it, 1810. Okay. Hey guys, so remember I was showing you the SPY before. So you can see, here's my 5 minute SPY chart. So you can see one, two, three, four attempts maybe to get through, or maybe look at it another way. Four times in which the VWAP held, okay, acted as support. Maybe one, two, three, four. These are 5 minute candles. You can see the VWAP, that purple line. So it acted as support and so far anyway, it popped off the VWAP area. Yeah, so I'd be watching this one, guys. Maybe later on. I mean, later on might be another minute from now, but in the afternoon, maybe if it takes out the high of the day. I mean, it's got a ton of room, of course. With the NAOV, and with that sort of a float, add some news, kind of a U.S. patent. It's a medical device. You probably should be putting that in the stocks only, specific stocks only. Okay, you're talking about a specific stock. Probably put it in here as opposed to the general market talk. If you want people to, just to see the stock you're talking about. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Take a look at the Onfo. Had the big move early. Wow, look at that pullback though, from $1.80 down to 125. What a pullback for Onfo, and it's way below the 200 day or the VWAP. So if you've been a bit of a VWAP player, you would have been watching it around here, but it just crashed through it. There were shares available, 183,000 for me. I'm surprised at Interactive Brokers for short. All right, here's one I haven't seen. I've seen it in the list, but I didn't click on it. AIIO, and this is Robo.ai. Okay, out of Flag, United Arab Emirates. Okay, so UAE, and so AIIO, and jumping on Dubai Industrial City Venture. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float. That's a very impressive move, guys. For that float to be at 39%, 297 million in the float, that is an impressive move to be with that sort of a float. All right, let's take a look at this one. Where could this one keep going if it wants to on a weekly chart? So this looks like it started trading. I don't think this was an IPO. I think it might have maybe a symbol name change or a SPAC or something. I don't think this was an IPO. I may be wrong. Yeah, because if this were an IPO, then this would be near a lifetime high. Okay, and it says it's 50 at 54%. So I don't know. It's possible that it just changed its symbol. This company's changed its symbol. Thank you, D. Yeah, so this was a symbol name change. That's what I kind of thought. Pretty cheap for it to have been an IPO. So the company decided to change its symbol, maybe to more reflect that it's an AI play. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, let's see what else. LVLU 570. Let's see, 570 pulling back into the VWAP now. Okay, it's pulling back into the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? It's LVLU. Oh boy. As I said, this might happen earlier, sooner than later. NAOV. Now that is that weekly high, I believe. Okay, that's that weekly high. Yeah. So right there, that week, what week was this? This was back in June. Yeah, June of this year. Had a weekly high. Reverse split adjusted, of course. I mean, it takes that out. I mean, look at what people are going to be seeing, traders are going to be seeing. They're going to be seeing, wow, $44 next high. That number is 1660, and it's right there. There you go. So the alert price was actually 1697, and we're now just, I'm not in it, guys. I mean, but it's just blasting through that now. But I'd like to well, if you're in it, wish you the best, of course, but if it maybe pulls back just a little bit and then later on takes that high out again and then just blasts, but it may just keep going. I mean, we all about the float, 790,000 in the float. 34 million have traded already, 43 times the float. That's the float turnover. Relative volume 265. That means it's trading 265 times what it would normally have traded over the last, I think it's either 10 or 14 days to this time, 10:38 Eastern. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Uh, I'm sorry, guys, I'm back, but I just have to do one other thing for about a minute. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. So this NAOV, very, very, very active still, of course. What is the spread like? Won 8 races. That's how, you look at these races and it's won. So it's been the most active stock race wise, winning 8 races. I mean, the spread, it's not wonderful, but for a stock that is moving so quickly, it's not the worst thing. But we are getting that pullback now. Ooh, and now it's halted on the way down, okay? NAOV halted on the way down. So it's going to go through this again. Let's see if it can how close it gets to the VWAP. So there's your potential open 1488, halted at 1502, 1488. So potential open underneath. The VWAP is down here at around 13, about 1310 to 20. Let's see if it approaches it and acts as support. Now HSDT is trying to pop off 20. Well, it did pop. No, well, there's your bounce, William. Shoot, I forgot to keep watching this. It did turn blue. See a little wave went from orange to blue. Okay, guys, so here's that AIIO again, and so wow, it's continuing to move. I did not take this one, but it is continuing to move. Well, I should have just held our cat all day long. It looks like. Um, Let me see some of these other ones here. I know Oscar had a bit of a pop up into the through the VWAP. Now, little sell flag here. Problem is the VWAP. So I would wait. I might have to take this short if it gets through the VWAP. Little sell flag. It's still weak for the day. And a nice little run up. But there's the VWAP. Okay, that could hold it. That could act as support. But if it breaks down through that, I might take that short. So I'm going to put a price alert right around the VWAP area and see what it does there. And I'm talking about the Oscar OSCR. Wait a moment, guys. Okay, I'm just let's see, check. This is the one that's merging with with another company called Mbot, I think. Not Mbot, not Mbot. I'm sorry, something else. A private company getting close to the VWAP right here, 297. All right, NAOV resumed, and it did not get that close to the VWAP, guys. 13 is the VWAP. Did not get close. I wanted to see if it could test the VWAP and maybe hold and then bounce off it, which might have given us an opportunity to take a VWAP type trade. Well, I don't mind talking about it now. It's after the fact, guys. But this, I didn't take this one, but Arcel from our AI, pretty good. You can see the next high. There's the weekly high right there of 635. It's almost right there. It takes that out. It could, it could start to fill in a little bit more. But the alert was at 579 and it's at 627 right now. That's about an 8%, 8.5% move. And that's from our AI. Don't mind talking about it now. All right. Wow. Keep an eye on this Mimi here. MIMI. I mean, the next high looking left is 1371 on the weekly chart. Let me get to my daily chart to see if there's anything closer. No, that's the next high. Now, float is pretty low, 14 million in the float. It's just basing. It's just basing. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it breaks down. The VWAP is down here at 1058. But this is just consolidating on didn't probably any time frame you look at. Look at the 15, look at the 2 minute, just kind of consolidating right now, and that is MIMI. Probably maybe wait to see if it took out. I mean, the high today is just around 11. I'm going to put a price alert right around there because if it does take that out, I mean, the next high is 1369 on the daily chart. So there is certainly room, but I don't have to stare at it. Just put a price alert. In fact, what I'll do is I'll bracket that price alert, put it underneath also. No, I don't. No, I'll just forget about it unless see if it happens. All right, guys. Maybe again, this WBD, which is in play, suggestion that they might get bought by Paramount Skydance, that merger, and they're looking at WBD. That was the rumor last week, anyway. So I guess this has been a pretty good IPO, guys. FIGR, been a pretty good IPO. It is as we speak. The high on Thursday was 38, so it's above that high, of course. High is an all-time high as we speak for FIGR. Okay, this has room, obviously. FMFC high on Tuesday. Looks like Tuesday. Sorry, Wednesday was 1431. No, I'm not an investment. I'm sorry. In our YouTube room, UGE. I'm not an investment advisor. Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. And I don't in. If you're talking about to invest, in other words, holding for depends what you mean by invest, like weeks, months, years. I don't do that. I'm basically an intraday trader. So, but I don't. I'm not an investment advisor. So when you're asking me what stocks are good ideas to invest, I'm not an investment advisor. Okay. FMFG guys, yeah, this is interesting. 1 point. Wow, such a low float. Okay, things have really settled down now for me. I'm not getting any new alerts. Well, just Mimi, I wonder. I mean, it's no way it's going to stay here all day. Which way is it going to break though? Am I? Which way is it going to is it going to break? Oh man, our cat. This was a really, I mean, it's won 5 races in the large cap losers. So what I'm looking for some stock that's showing up here that is underneath a whole number. So here's Penn now, guys. Penn Entertainment, Penn, PENN. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. There's the VWAP right there, 1922. It's sitting right on it. I'm really looking at taking some of these on these buy and sell flags on the 2-minute chart. I'm just the reason I wouldn't do this one is the GDS on that buy flag is because the VWAP is too close. But if that VWAP hadn't have been there, I'm going to start looking at these buy and sell flags. This is why I've gone to a 2-minute chart. You're talking about SanDisk, aren't you? SNDK, yeah, unbelievable. I mean, SanDisk is one of those old. Wow. Okay, so I don't know what's going on then with SanDisk because is this the same SanDisk that I New and loved? It says it was founded in 2024. So I don't know what is going on with this because SanDisk has been around a long time, and maybe they weren't a public company? So I don't know what's going on. I mean, SanDisk has been around for a long time. So I don't know if this is the new SanDisk or this is correct, 2024, it can't be. Well, it looks like maybe I don't know what to say. Maybe somebody can shed some light on this. It started trading SNDK, yeah, in 2024. I'm sorry, in 2025, earlier this year, it started trading. So I don't know what's going on, but I mean, SanDisk has been I mean, I know this company. I've heard of it for many, many years. They had earnings. They had earnings not that long ago. All right, ARCC. I mean, this is just getting slammed here. Big float underneath the 200-day moving average. Let's see if there's any news on this one. So they did a. So this is more of a dividend play, down 48 cents. Yeah, it's more like a dividend play, or the dividend was 48 cents. So I wonder what that means then. Yeah, Shady. I mean, I've heard of SanDisk forever, but it started trading as SNDK. I wonder if it went was public and then it went private and then it went public again. Acquired by WDC Western Digital and then spun off in 2024. All right, and started started trading as in 2025 as SNDK. Oscar. Okay, why did I put a price alert here for Oscar? Underneath that VWAP. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I mean, it's right at the VWAP. Remember, there's an area. I don't just because it's like a couple of pennies, but it is an area. A little sell flag there, a little downturn. Okay, guys, 11 o'clock. Well, at noon, I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room. When I take my break. HSDT on the move again, guys. Boy, 10% move off that 20, just like that. It's at 22 right now. HSDT. Hmm. Okay, going to test this, guys. We're going to test this. Oscar, 875. I'm in 1875. I'm in. It's a little over that VWAP. I'm out. I just want to kind of test this. I don't anticipate it's not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that, but it's just more want to test this flag break underneath the VWAP. Okay, guys. Now the next low looking left is very close. Again, this is just a little sort of. I don't usually pay attention to the buy and sell flags. It's more, am I if I'm in the trade, is it trending the way I want it to be? But so I am 1864 is the next low. Well, we're right at this little level here. If we can take that out, then 1852 is the next low. Okay, so because of this little low here, again, this is just a little test thing for me. Okay, I've covered some, and I'll see if it can take out 1865. The next low would be 1852. I'm really hoping that the next one I see like this, there'll be a lot more room underneath. I wouldn't take the cure because of it's just over that whole number. All right, Marwayne, MWYN. Okay. So the next high looking left is 150. If it takes out 150, I'm going to put a price alert in that area, 150. If it does do that, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade just because it does that, but I want to know about it because then the next high looking left is around 235, and that's for MWYN. So UGE in our YouTube room, are you a, Trade Ideas subscriber? Because I can direct you. We do have what we'll call a swing channel. You can take a look at the stocks that are on there, but you have to be a subscriber. Like in our YouTube room. I agree, Shady. I agree. So I'm trying to concentrate more on these large cap losers. that he's saying slim pickings, just like Friday in the small cappers. Not a lot of follow through. You want to turn this into biggest gainers from the start of the race, but large cap stocks as opposed to these, these pretty volatile ones. All you'd have to do is something like this: open the top list, okay, from it, and then add in market cap. Just out of curiosity, that's what I'm going to do, just to and also the float. I'll put a where's the float? Okay, so that's how you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. I just want to see what a large cap one looks like, what a large cap race looks like. There we go. Symbols are the right size now. Stick this on my other monitor. That doesn't mean you're going to get expensive stocks. It just means that market cap's going to be a lot. Here's your float, 211 million. Pretty good one. A pretty good one, guys. Nice and reasonably steady up for the Orla. Now you could get some large cap stocks in here. Don't get me wrong. You could. They just have to be moving. But typically a stock with a large float is not going to move that much in terms percentage wise. Doesn't mean you won't get any, but okay, I've got to sort it differently. Now this is interesting because in this race, I mean, it says minus 0.21. That means there's no stock in that is actually moving up as we speak. All right, guys. Well, it's getting a little boring right now for me, anyway. See if I can find another one of these from the large cap losers. Maybe if this one starts to pull back down. Yeah. So I was wrong. I'm sorry, guys. I was sorting incorrectly. Okay, that's why I was getting all these negative numbers. So that was my fault. OCSL. Let's take a look at this one. OCSL, Oak Tree Specialty Lending Corp. No, even if it took out 13, I wouldn't be taking this, but it doesn't have enough room for me underneath. So you can see the Oscar kind of stalled right at that level. So that's kind of what I was right at that level right there. I'm sorry, on the 15-minute chart I was looking at, right around that 1860 mark. So I'm not in it anymore on the short, but yeah, there's probably no buts. I don't think I'll take it even if it gets down below that 1860 again. Now, all I'm waiting for is a see one that has a lot of room underneath. Okay, guys. Well, here's the trade of the week. Okay, the EVGO been pretty choppy. Popped up again on some volume. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came in right now for EVGO. The trigger was 420. Obviously, it triggered earlier, pulled back, and it's still. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. But a lot of volume just came in. And Cantor Fitzgerald maintained. I don't see that they put a price target on it. Man, guys, this is getting deadly here. Questions? Any questions? Get me interested. I'll be taking off in about, not for good, but in about 40 minutes. And Chris Varley will take over for me. I'm just going to confirm that. Take over for me in our YouTube room. William, if you're around, I'm just noticing a message from Chris saying he'll be out on Wednesday. So if you don't mind opening the room on Wednesday, you don't have to open it as early as you have been, but if you can remember that, Chris is not going to be around on Wednesday. I'll remind you tomorrow. Yes, and you know what? You don't have to. You don't have to. It's just a matter of then I just open the room a lot later. That's all. Well, there is no money machine set up yet. Okay, Corey, the money machine is not available yet. Corey, in our YouTube room, not available yet. Hopefully, maybe this week sometime the beta will come out that allows you then to in the simulator practice it. Okay, but it's not available yet. Wednesday, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, usually does a gets into YouTube between 12 and 1, starts a stream in YouTube, and he should be able to shed some more light on it if in fact it'll be available this week. So there's really nothing you can do about it right now. But a good question. Thanks for the question. Well, guys, this was certainly a nice one from our AI. In fact, there are a couple of nice ones, but the RCell certainly was a nice one. 579 was the alert, and nice move. What time is that? That's 6:50. So that is that's pre-market. It got up to around $7. All right, let me see if I can understand your question, Ritz. I'm not sure it's possible, but let's see. When I use the mouse wheel, we'll scroll back in time. Yes, it scrolls back in time. Yes. You might want to keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, though. I'm not sure if that's what you mean. If you keep the control key, yeah, see, because that's the current. I think that's what you're trying. What you have to do is keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. So you're talking about. So right here is the current. So if I keep the control key pressed down on the keyboard and then do that, I can still see the current. Is that what you mean? Okay, good. Good question. All right, guys. Well, here's our spy again, and it might test that VWAP again. Okay, it's coming down into the VWAP area again. Let's see if this time it holds it again. That purple line on my chart. Boy, this is a really nice one from our AI guys. I wish I'd taken this. The RCEL, RCEL, up on European nod for its wound care device. Yeah, that's a great one from our AI. Avita Medical. In fact, the AI's had a pretty good day. I mean, there's only three alerts today, and Wolf is another pretty good one. In fact, a very good one. If you look at the high of the day, the alert was at 258. So getting up to that 316, that was a great percentage move. Open's giving it up. Reason I know this, I have it thumbnailed. This morning it got up over 10, but it's starting to give it up. Let's see if this 87. I'm going to put a price alert 874 and see if it gets down there. Maybe holds. That was the low on Friday, and or if it takes that out, that might turn into an interesting short. A lot of volume, 191 million shares. Wow, big float. 719 million in the float. Just not enough room. I like this Orla. I mean, it's been pretty decent on it, even on a 2 minute, 15 minutes straight up. Problem is, I just think that next high is a little too close for me on the daily chart for Orla, ORLA. Whoa, okay, guys. Well, let's see. This is the test again of the VWAP. Little down can bar right there, getting into the VWAP. That's that purple line. Of course, the VWAP running higher, a little bit higher as the volume up here taking into account. But is it going to hold it again? Is it going to act as support again for the SPY? All right, so this Primo Brands is just underneath the whole number. Has a little bit of room when you look at it, 22.63, 30 cents to that next low. I just wish it had more room. All right, just asking Chris if it is him today in our taking over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, there's some shares available. You're right, 88,000 to Interactive Brokers. And the answer is yes. So Chris will be around or take over for me in about a little over 30 minutes from now in our YouTube room. So before I do take my break, I will put the link to YouTube in the main room. Guys, I'm much more interested in looking at some of these larger cap stocks right now. Just not loving the lack of follow through on most of these ones that I'm seeing here. Now, what could happen though? Well, here's HRO for as an example. I haven't seen this one all day. HRO, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry. So, guys, well, another little. I just call these little scalp shorts. Okay, this is PRMB. I saw it here. Was underneath that whole number. I was explaining underneath the whole number. Doesn't have a ton of room, but actually, this is well, it's at the low, so I don't have to worry about intraday lows. The next low is 2262 on the daily chart, so it's got a little bit more room than the Oscar did in term because it doesn't have. We don't have to worry about intraday lows. And again, this is just because I'm just not finding a lot of follow through in these small ones. Now, here's a new one though, NCNA, NCNA. When I say new, I haven't seen this one today. Next high looking low. Well, it's got some room. $5 is the next high looking left. Not saying it's getting, actually, I'm wrong. There's a resistance line right there. That means there is a high. Must be right here, 453 right there. Well, you can see it's really really quiet for us. I follow our Slack discussion threads all day long. Just nobody's posting. This is in our internal stuff. There's just not a lot happening right now. Well, I mean, there was action in the pre-market. I mean, there was a ton of action in the pre-market, but yeah, once the market opened, well, the 9:30 opening, didn't see a lot of follow through. A lot of action in the pre-market, though. You traded the pre-market, and a lot of these stocks, of course, have got you're trading millions of shares in the pre-market. So doesn't mean that in the afternoon, we might get something in the afternoon coming out of nowhere, or maybe some of these ones that were really super active in the pre-market, and then maybe the first half hour, maybe they're just resting, and maybe they'll have a big pop sometime in the afternoon. Okay, well, Mimi just took a little bit of a pop above here, guys. 11 after a lot of consolidation. So Mimi, MIMI, was it and on volume? Okay, guys, keep an eye and definitely keep an eye on Mimi. Volume came in 46,000 shares, and looking left, 1371 is the next high. So Mimi, at least maybe the spread is it's a nickel. It's not terrible, 1104. But the I think the big deal is that there was volume that came in. Just don't pay them, William. Just don't pay them. Yeah, I do the well, I do it, monthly. Come on, PRMB, give me just a couple more pennies just to well, I'll pay them for you using your money. Yes, I will absolutely do that. I'll pay them for you using your money. I'll handle that aspect of it. All right, IHT on the move here, guys. Big 22% move. Yeah, 22% move within a in this 4-minute race. 18% within 2 minutes. Okay, so there's but coming into the VWAP. Basically, their news was that they're well, that was on the 12th, so that is not anything new. Well, that was after hours, though. After hours on Friday. That was the news after hours on Friday that they, I don't know, I guess that's good for them, surpassing $4 million once again. Okay, guys, let's take a look again. So you can see that maybe an hour ago we had 4 attempts at the VWAP back here. The last attempt was at what time that was 10:25. So now we had one, two, three, another 4 attempts at the VWAP to get through it on the SPY, and still the VWAP is acting as support. Still, so I mentioned Lemonade, LMND. Let's take a look at what's happening with Lemonade. Yeah, wow. I mean, it had a nice move at the beginning, but came down underneath the VWAP. It's still underneath the VWAP right now, LMND. So that was not what I would call a sustained move. Technical about INTC. Well, let's take a look at INTC from develop in our YouTube room. Take a look at Intel. Yeah, pretty choppy on a daily. I mean, just kind of. You talking about intraday or right now? I mean, it's just if you're talking about intraday, it's a little bit above the VWAP. That's about the best we can say about it. The VWAP is at what price is the VWAP? 24.96. They call it 25, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. Intraday, well, it's a little bit above the VWAP. That's about the best you can say about it. Little buy flag on the two. So, maybe making a bit of a move. Volume is, it's basically just normal. It's 1.08 times normal. So, it's basically, normal. So there's nothing abnormal about the volume for Intel today. Usually I shy away from Unless I see abnormal volume and trying to trade something intraday, doesn't mean this is not going to, move higher. But so all I can say is that it's above the VWAP. Okay, develop barely. Yeah, no problem. So we have a tie here, guys. Basically a tie. 14.94%, 14.93%. Who's going to win? This is from our AI. Two stocks that are up nicely from our AI. I would say Arcel is a little bit better because it was basically straight up. Wolf, had a little more. Yeah, Wolf had, some pullbacks and all, but that gave you an opportunity if you missed it the first time to take the trade. And I'm not sure Wolf had any news. Yeah, so Wolf had no news. Arcel had some news, which kind of is kept the momentum. Boy, guys, I may or may not come back after my break. I will come back, but all right, guys. Well, we actually have a news alert, Halt, and that is for the BKKT, and this was moving higher. BKKT was moving higher. So this is a news. This is Halt because of news. This is a New York stock. So you're saying, William, New York stocks don't typically give an idea about when they could resume. Is that correct? I think you've said that in the past, and Nasdaq does, but maybe not the New York stocks. Anyway, it is a news halt for BKKT. Yeah. So what I would do, VIP, is get rid of the filter that says profitable. Okay, get rid of it. You should. I would want to see all the alerts all day long, because, for instance, the REKR, maybe it's going to come back down into a level. It gives you a better opportunity to trade it. Okay, so I would want to see the alerts all day long. So that's just get rid of that. No, I did it pretty quickly. Okay, so in the filter section where it says filter, I would uncheck profitable trades and just uncheck it. So it says none. Okay. Because the other thing you might, the AI obviously isn't infallible. You might look at this. I mean, it's a cheap one, but you might look at this and go, you know what? I don't like it as a long. I like it as a short. But how would you know it's there if you have that only profitable trades checked? I'm not saying, take this as a short, but you understand, hopefully, you understand what I'm saying. I mean, sometimes you just flip the script on some of these. Boy, this VWAP is certainly trying to hold on the SPY, guys. That purple line there, a few times now into it. One, two, three, sort of four, five, six. So 30 minutes, you know, attempting to get through the VWAP, but the VWAP is holding. Yeah. So hopefully you've got this scan. This is all I look at. Okay, this particular window. So you see where it says filter VIP. See where it says filter. If you don't have this window up, then I show you how you get this window up. But if you have this window up, you see where it says filter, and then this is a drop down little down arrow. It's a drop down, and what's happening is it's profitable trade. Okay, then you should have, in my opinion, that's the best way to look at it. Okay, so click on new from the toolbar. Okay, click on new from the toolbar, and then three that start off with a premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Don't go to the channel. The channel's got way too much information. If that's what you're using right now, if you're going to the AI channel, so pick that middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. And then this is the window that you should see. You may have different columns. Yeah, I think it's too much information coming at you. This is all you really, in my opinion, make it simple. This is all you want to see. Just want to see the alerts as they come in, and that's it, in my opinion. So then you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to load it every day. But then, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Notice there only been three, and the earliest is 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that is the earliest that you'll get an alert, and that is by design. The other reason to have it up is that you see this reentry. Okay, I mean this is so close to the entry price, but and if you don't have this reentry column, at least well, I would have the time and the price. Okay, if you don't have those, just add them. Okay, if you don't have them, and all you have to do is just right click, go down to columns, and this is alphabetical order. Just find them, go down to reentry. So you just left click and left arrow it over, and then it becomes a column because what happens is you can get an alert when you get a reentry price. The reentry is nothing special. Well, it's just halfway between the original entry and the stop. In this case, it's 133, halfway between 135, 131. So if you don't have this, you won't see that if you have profitable checked. Okay, and that I think is, I mean, that's pretty close, of course. I mean, it's only 133, but some of them are a lot more dramatic. I mean, especially if it's more expensive. You could get maybe an entry at 10 and the stops at 950. So that means, and the only way it triggers, it has to hit the stop price at some point during the day, and then get halfway between the original entry and that stop price. Again, in this case, I mean, it's very close to that original entry. But sometimes, imagine if the entry was at 10, the stop was at 950, hits the stop some point during the day, and then comes say to 975, which is halfway between 10 and 950, you'd get an alert. You could put a sound alert on these, okay? So you hear when you get an alert, when a symbol is triggered, when a stock is triggered, you should put a sound alert on it. Now, there's no such thing as most people though, VIP, okay, VIP. It's how, everybody handles it differently. Well, everybody. There's no such thing as most people, and we don't even know. We don't track what people do, of course. For instance, I mean, I because there's no target. So our cell, okay, here's a good example. So our cell, so the trigger was at 579. In theory, the AI will not get out of the trade unless it hits the stop, 562. Well, how crazy would that be, right? I mean, if you're in this one at 579 and you've watched this go up to $7, you're going to wait until it hits the stop? No, of course not. Okay, you've got to manage the trade. So the smart stop is very different. This smart stop is different from the AI smart stop, okay? Are you talking about the strategy? You're talking about the AI strategies? The smart stop is different. Smart stop is completely different. The smart stop here is just based on clicking on a symbol. So I click on Wolf, okay, at 302. So they're saying that if either a suggestion, if you took this trade, they put a smart stop at 293. Okay, it's just a guide. But the AI stop is completely different from the AI stop is generated and it doesn't move. I mean, it's way down here at 250, say for Wolf. Okay. But when you click on a symbol, you click on anything in any of your scans, it's going to generate a smart stop for you that is a guide. Okay. A guide that says if you took this trade right here at 513, there is your smart stop. It's underneath. All right. On that one, it's hard to see, but how about VIVS? So if you took, want to see one that's easy to see. Okay, the R cell, 673. So they're saying if you took this trade right now, 673, there's a suggested smart stop of 660. Doesn't mean you have to, of course, obey that, but and you can see why it's looking at the lows of these 2-minute candles. But this will change. I mean, because if you later on in the day, if you click on R cell and it's way up here, because the smart stop is all about the volatility of 50-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, and it creates a smart stop on the screen for you. So this smart stop changes depending on what the current price is. So again, later on in the day, if you clicked on if our sale got back up here and you clicked on it, the smart stop would have moved up higher. But that's telling you what the smart stop is if you took the trade at the current price. Suggested. It's a suggestion. Hey guys, I got to. But the AI stop or the our Holly stop is completely different. Oops. Okay, there's the link to get into YouTube. Okay, there's the link to get into YouTube. Chris is not there quite yet, but he's going to be there soon. So I'm just going to get rid of that. Okay, back around 1 p.m. once Chris gets into our YouTube room. Boy, Pepe, I've got 3 races going. And no problem. I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So for the main room, I'll put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I hope Chris can hear me.
Hopefully I have my mic on.
I can't hear you, Chris.
No?
Nah, I'm kidding. Yeah, I hear you.
I was like, Doug, they did it to me again. Because once in a while, Microsoft changes all my settings.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I should never do that because you might have said a bad word, thinking that you were on mute somehow.
Nah, it's a good laugh.
Dear.
I can always use it.
Anyway, so you're off on Wednesday. What's anything cool happening or?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. Then I won't. Okay.
I'll slack it to you. Nothing bad. It's just,
okay,
not anything awesome either.
Okay, I thought. Okay. Well, enough said. Enough said.
So,
okay, Chris.
I'll let you get to your. I got to switch screens here, and I'll let you get to your break here.
Thank you very much.
You got it. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Barry making his way to a nice, well-deserved break. There we go. We got eyes on my screen. Perfect. Happy Monday to you all. Open forum as per usual, so please get your questions in if you have any for me. Don't do any pre-done content for this. Really rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. That's how this works best. Of course, if nobody is asking anything, I will do my best to keep it informative and engaging relative to TradeIdeas software. Go. Excellent. So again, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Excuse me. I suppose until any questions come on in, bear with me a second here. Well, we talk about the top 10 going on here. Let's see what we got going on here. So NAOV. Gap up and a run for a hot moment there at the open. We'll pull back, shot back up. This thing's been wild all over the place today. Let's see, up 96% from the prior close, 35 currently, 36.5 currently from the open. This thing's got some serious volume and liquidity in it. Excellent. So, tough trading chart, but certainly active to be watching for the day. One thing I will note, things I've noted before. And Rick, give me a second to see your question. Let me just finish this thought. Just waiting for my drawing tool. There we go. One thing I do notice, the stock's got the nice personality of leaving us big topping shadows fairly regularly. So that's just one thing to keep in mind here. Doesn't have that quite going on today to the level that we've seen in the past, but there are quite a few of them. Let's remark those. It's a good one. Another one. There. Not massive on that, but still off the highs. So we can see this stock has a history of doing exactly what we see there. It's definitely had some reverse splits with 9,200 high, lifetime high, and 700,000 in that float there. So, Rick, no date. I know you are well enough familiar with me that I am never, ever giving anybody a date when something's getting released. My answer is always, it will be released when it is on the site. I know for the last, I want to say 4 weeks, it looked like it was coming each week of the last 4 weeks, and there just continues to be bugs in it while we test. And for that reason, anybody that's ever had a conversation with me about when something is getting released full well knows that I will never do that out of respect to the development team. Believe me, there are few people that want this to get released more than I do. But unfortunately, when we have things like crashes and whatnot happening, or strategies not staying running the way they're supposed to, so on and so forth, it does not make any sense to release something with that many issues when we know that ahead of time. There will, without a question, when this finally does get released, there will be bugs that we didn't discover ourselves, because that's how betas work. But it's not a good look for us to release something knowing when things are broken, and it's a bad first impression and doesn't set anybody up for success, to be honest. So, Mike C, what's happening? How are you? I've played with it a fair amount. I mean, I have it running currently right now. I've had some mixed results with different strategies. I've settled on one strategy to test for a while. This is what it looks like today. Friday, it was up a little over $400. Thursday, it was down a little over $300. Wednesday and Tuesday, it was respectively up both those days. I want to say in the 150 range each of those days. Some of the days I've been modifying stops and pushing them higher. Some Friday, I didn't really do much of the modification. Had I not done the modification on Tuesday and Wednesday with the stops, pushing my stops higher, setting some targets, it actually would not have performed well overall. So this is where we're living right now. This thing was down. Let's see. Down around $360 at one point today. It's only down $1.88 right now, give or take. I started it 15 minutes later than I intended to start it. Had I started it 15 minutes earlier, I probably don't get pummeled by Lemonade here like I did. That, caused my big loss right there. So it's not going to be, for those that are hoping for a set it and forget it autopilot, where they just turn it on, they go play a round of golf, stop by the bank, pick the kids up from school, take a walk in the park, take the kids and wife out to dinner. It's not going to be that. And there will never be a system that exists like that. Not for regular people anyways. So sorry to crush dreams. And I know that's not the first time I've said that, but for anybody that's just sitting there saying, oh, when the money machine gets released, that's going to be the answer to all my problems in the world and I'll just be making money and all those. Not how that's going to work. You're going to have to, there's going to be a human element to this. But the fact that you can have it run dynamically, the way the stops work, the way the exits can work, the fact that it doesn't need to be an alert window with the filters and an alert event to get the trigger to send it. It just finds the top performers of the strategies you either create or the preloaded ones that will do and just get you into those. It definitely makes things a lot nicer than trying to automate through an alert window without any question. But, be some, without a question, hands-on usage of it. Oh, Rick, sorry. Next software update will be when the money machine paper trader is ready. There's a number of other things that are going into that as well. Some people are experiencing a bug with IB. I think I'm up to like 10 or 11 people now where they send a trade to IB through Brokerage Plus. It gives them an exception error. There's a fix for that. That fix should be ready in time to go out with that. It's still that the bug's identified, but it's still, the official fix is still slightly in the works there. So that should be ready to go out with that. I think there's something else that was happening too to someone. Oh, someone, every time they try to send their support files to us, they get an exception error too. That's identified, and that fix will be in this next build as well. So as I said last week on Monday, if everything were to go perfectly the next couple of days in our testing, we could see that release middle end of next week, I would say. We will not see that publicly released this week, though. That I'm fairly confident in. AVWAP has an issue. Hold on, let me just catch up all the way on here. Next question. What are you? I'm testing a strategy. I'm not using the TradeWave SKM. I'm using a strategy that involves looking at, well, here I can show you what it's doing, actually. I think I can. Money machine settings strategy. Nope, I can't do it like that. Actually, I can do it like this. Bear with me here. Because I don't have this saved as an actual window. I got to kind of build it back out. There we go. So the strategy I'm using right now is looking at stocks that are between $11 and $75, trade at least 1 million shares on the day, has a relative volume of 2 or higher. It's 75% above the low of the day and 75% above the 20-day low, essentially. And I just want to make sure it's above the VWAP. And then I'm sorting and using relative volume to decide what's on top of the scan. And that's what I got going on there right now. Now, the one thing I don't like about this, and I got to figure out how to fix it, is I don't like when it goes and chases after something like Lemonade right here. I don't want to be chasing something like that. I mean, that thing was up, you know, look, it closed at, where did it close? Come on. It closed at 52.57 and it got me in at 57.49. I don't want to be chasing something like that, you know. So I got to figure out. I don't mind the gap. That's not what I mind, because if, you know, we got it somewhere a little bit earlier in here, we're looking really good actually right now. This is the one thing that happened that really kind of hurt me. So I got to figure out what to do here. Now, with that said, I started this 15 minutes later than I wanted. So I got in on this candle here. If I started it when I wanted, 1, 2, 3, I actually get in on this candle here, and I'm looking good also. But that's not necessarily the fix that I need, because I could get in at some point and have chased like that all the same. So I got to figure out again what to do there. But that'll be a drawing board thing. You know, I don't know about range. I'm thinking about change in X amount of time, maybe in 5 minutes. I don't want to see something up more than, like, I don't know, is it 2% in 5 minutes? I'm not sure. I may actually put a dollar change in there. Usually I prefer to work in percents, but in this case, I think it may be a little better to use the dollar on it. Because on the lower price stocks, I'm not going to want to see something up $3 in 5 minutes, for example. And on the higher price stocks, I don't want to see something up $3 in 5 minutes either. That's just too much of a chase for me. So I think this might be one of those rare cases where I do some experimenting with the dollar on the change filter versus the percent on the change filter. But, you know, all kind of marinating in the back of my brain right now for that. Yeah, Rip, man, I'm sorry. You know, the biggest problem for us with it, and like we kind of have it identified. It looks like IB changed something on time settings, and that's the impact. But it's still, we're still testing the fix. It's not been an easy bug for us to replicate here either, because none of us have had it happen. And there's only, like, I want to say there's a dozen people out of the, 1,000 people or more that are trading through IB a day. So, you know, it's like less than 1%, you know, less than, I think, 0.5% of users that use IB are running into the bug, which is when we have tons of users that have the same bug, much easier to fix and get the fix out. When we have very few users that have a bug, but there are a couple and we can identify it, it's much harder for us to not identify, but get the fix and then get it out. So apologies, and thank you for your patience, really. Yeah, SKM. So like I said, it's just, you know, it's just a kind of a bum thing for a few users that I have no other way to put it other than it sucks, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Is that, you know, I don't like telling people, oh, you know, got this bug and we're working on the fix and please be patient. It's not a comfortable feeling for me. AUS, good day to you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So anybody with questions, don't be shy. Keep those coming. Get those in here. Man, this thing, LMND, keeps moving up. I may end up in it again, actually. We'll see here. Yeah. You know, IONQ is another one that I wasn't thrilled about the entry on it here for the money machine. So, you know, you can see where it got in way up here on that candle, and it made it, you know, this massive move here from here to here. Now, that's not quite as bad as the move with Lemonade, what it did to me, but still don't want to do that. Still don't want to do that. And you never look, you know, some of the stuff becomes, you know, fine lines because how many times have any of us that have been around long enough seen something make a move like this, maybe a little dip or flatten for a second and then just keep going, or even just keep going, right? So there are examples of that. And that's why I don't mind the stocks that have moved massive even in the last day or two. Because look at, you know, IONQ 1, 2, and today's the third day really coming after it. So I don't mind that necessarily. I just don't want to get into it like right as the big move happens. I'd rather let it reset up for a moment or three. Yeah, no, without a question. Here's the other thing too for us, and it also, it's not just with the direct linking API wise, but external linking, for example. It's a one-sided effort on our part. All these linkings, we don't get help from the counterparty on any of this. And, you know, if you were to reach out to any counterparty on any of these, they would say who, like, hey, I'm having trouble with my trade ideas. And they would say who, like, you know, IB, I think over the last several years has had enough people reach out to them that some of their people probably familiar and just get annoyed by it. But they're not going to, you know, they're not going to help you, and they're not going to really know anything about our software or anything like that. They're just going to say, reach back out to us. And so I've never personally been a fan of IB's support, but I'm sure other people think that they're great. So that's the way it goes in life. So don't be shy again, folks. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. On the charts, for example, when it says below VWAP by 7%, for example, is that based on a VWAP on any specific time frame? As all the charts time frames will say the same thing. I'm guessing you're talking about the alert, like trading below VWAP alert, and that would just be what the VWAP is on the day, because the VWAP's VWAP, right? Here's the VWAP. Doesn't matter what time frame we're on. This is the VWAP for IONQ right now, 57.53. You know, if I click on, I don't know, whatever, let's see, Pony, you know, we're gonna get the same thing here, PONY 1621. Now, if you anchor the VWAP from a specific spot, that would alter things, right? Because then it's not a continuous run of just the day. I'm sorry, it's not just a run of what's going on for the day. If you were to anchor it back, you know, 2, 3, 5 days, a month, whatever, you know, whatever you were to anchor it back from, that would impact how that was. So again, keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. see, what else can we look at? So yeah, I don't know. There's a whole lot. Oh, IO and Q trying to help me out here. Battling right back towards that high of the day here. We'll see what happens. See, and this is one of those things where, I would start to, if things get significantly in the money, I'd start moving stops up. Not going to move it up for now. Well, I'm not thrilled with how deep that stop is, to be honest. I have to maybe look at that as well. But then again, the stop isn't that deep. If I had it up higher somewhere, I'm getting stopped out and no chance for the reversal on it. So, it's a give and take relationship. I don't hate where the stop is necessarily placed. I'm just not thrilled with how much is risked. That's what I'm not thrilled with. Let's take a look. LMMD past 57. I'm going to get rid of this thing here. Yeah. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me, to be honest. There, Rick. I don't disagree with that. That 57 could be a bit of a bear for it, without a question. I mean, it is sitting, pretty off the recent move that it's made. A good long ways from its lifetime high as well. Yeah, it was near its IPO back here. I tried it with different strategies. My thing with the trade wave is this: if you run into something that starts to kind of flatten out and it goes, orange without it really, making a move down like we see there, I don't want to get stopped out on something like that. And then, something makes a big move up and it pulls back, because in the trading instructions for that, let me see if I can pull that up. All right. So in the trading instructions for that, you can have it close, above or below the top wave or bottom wave and things like that. And I don't necessarily want to be tied to the wave for everything, at least not yet anyways. I haven't come across it where I was comfortable with that I feel like the wins would be better than the losses on a ratio large enough that, because I don't care if the strategy is losing percent wise, meaning like if I took 10 trades, I don't need it to win 5 or 6 or 7 of them, right? I want the big trades that win to outpace the trades that lose, meaning that the losses are smaller. And I don't know that the trade wave is going to give me that with what I'm personally doing. I think it's more strategy based than, than just, oh, this is good or this is bad. Like most things in life, I think it's more subjective to what you are doing or what you're attaching it to. And then there's this other feature here where you can say, if the current price is X amount above the wave, above the top of the wave, don't get me into the trade as a protection to not chase. I like that part of it. So when I'm talking about Lemonade here, when it was this much above the top of the wave, that may have protected me in that regard also. So it's kind of finding where you want to live with that versus what I'm doing right now. And I'm not using the trade wave exit. I'm using, trailing stop and the rank and all that. Let me get rid of that drawing there. So, you've got these different stops and trailing stop, the initial stop, the tightening of it, price increase adjustments, all these things like that. I just feel, for me at the moment, I like the dynamics of this a little better. And this is something I'll also have to dial into a little bit more as I go forward to tighten up some of these positions as I move up into the money here. So definitely a lot of testing for me to do personally before I even consider anything live with this whatsoever. Yeah. The one thing about the manual exits is that, you can't set a trailing stop currently from, I'd have to set the trailing stop within the broker. Can't set it after I'm in via Brokerage Plus. So that's an option. I like the trailing stop for this. Generally, I've never used a trailing stop in my life. I've never really considered using one. For this would be a little different. But again, if I'm doing the manual entry or exits on my own, I do lose the dynamic. And I think this is part of the special sauce here, is this dynamic stuff in here being automated and not having to take the time for each position, because we anybody that's traded anything kind of momentum-ish knows that each moment counts. And when you've got multiple positions where each moment counts, all of a sudden you start to rush and you're not giving things the attention it should be getting. Going to cause you other issues, or me anyways. I'm not a day trader. Stated many times, day trading is just not something I'm really great at. So my thought is, does this help me? We're going to find out, right? It's going to take several weeks, if not longer. And as I tested over those weeks, I got to really give it the full focus. Sometimes that's tough around here with the other things that I'm doing, support, emails, chats, and things like that, where if I just turn it on, I kind of let it run and I'm not paying attention to anything, it's hard to go back and hindsight what went on trade by trade. It becomes a little more difficult right now to really assess what went on during the day, versus for today, I haven't been so busy that I couldn't pay attention to this for a good portion of the day. So I'm in tune with what has gone on. But it'll be lots of paper trading without a question. Yep. And, we'll go from there. One of the things I like, because I like to hedge that things are not going to do as well as I like to hedge things to not look rosy. Let's assume the worst. We're managing risk here. I'm never, as a risk manager, I'm not seeking profits. I'm managing risk. So in Brokerage Plus, in the calculations that will come out for you folks, we can use last price or bid ask. I'm using the bid ask because basically I'm always buying the ask and I'm always selling the bid on this. And that just, means that I'm preparing for, as close as I can, getting the worst of the spread essentially. And if it could do well in that regard, if and when I move to live with it, I feel that much more comfortable about it. There's an argument to be that, last price may be a little more accurate if you have tight spreads all the time instead. That's going to be a lot based on your strategy also, right? So no way to really predict that in that regard, outside of if you were using the spread filter, which from my understanding, the spread filter doesn't, it's not available by default in topless windows, but I have it on good authority that it's going to get added in some way, shape, or form. Like if we were to type spread here, we're not getting anything, right? But if I come to an alert window, let me bring out an alert window, bear with me. And we search spread here. There we go. You got the spread in pennies here. And so this is something else I'll be probably looking at. I haven't played with it yet for the money machine. Actually, kind of intended to do it today, but I forgot this morning. So that'll be something maybe for tomorrow morning on my to-do list. Let's take a look at that and add that so we're not getting in stocks that have, real wide spreads. Or if, the spread, it's opening and closing, let's try to wait until it closes before we're trying to jump on it, essentially. I think that's a better way forward as well for any momentum strategy. You don't want to get beat up by the spreads more than you're going to, it happens. But you want to try to limit that. I want to try to limit that anyways. So again, don't be shy, folks. Please keep those questions coming for me. Gonna move this back over out of the way for now. All right, what else is happening here? So look at some of these top 10s again here until we get some other questions coming in. Let's see. Wolf. Interesting. Large float, semiconductor. Thing is destroyed over the last 3 years, sorry. I don't even go back 5 years of history. Every time this thing gets a pop, it's sold immediately. There's earnings. Didn't really do much after earnings. Here it is. Got a couple of days of up move here. Let's see what that equates to moving forward the next few days. Very liquid. A lot of volume coming in today. Not my cup of tea with that low price, though. IHT. It's a hospitality trust. This thing is all squirrely and weird. A lot of liquidity today. Crazy volume compared to what it's normally doing. Very small float, but this thing does not move dynamically for a small float at all. I mean, not at all. RCEL. Gap up and kind of grinding higher, a little nicer of a chart than what we've seen for some of the others here so far. Again, pretty solid volume, 133 what it's normally doing. 16 mil traded at this point, 6.3 mil, so very liquid. Also does not look great over the long term itself. I just won another race, so it's moved itself back into second place here. Talk about those, talk about that. MIMI, Interior Design Services, 13 million in that float. This thing, pretty steady mover off the bat here, a little squirrely on that second 5-minute candle. And grinding along right now around the high of the day, not really to make any other move at this point. Newer issue stock, looks like it's only going back about 8 months there. Not nearly as liquid as what we've seen from those other alerts. I mean, 1.9 mil approaching 2 million is not exactly a liquid, to say the least, but not the same volume or liquidity that we've seen from some of those other stocks. So interesting nonetheless. Quadruple C, C4 Therapeutics. So another one here, steady climber for the most part. The open, little sideways pullback, move up, grind higher, move up, pull back, and sitting in a pullback at the moment. Decent liquidity, 5.2 mil on that. Good volume, 9.11 on the relative. Again, not looking so great on the long-term chart, 4+ years. Down 86.11%, but has been on a bit of an upswing recently here. But again, not a real dynamic mover overall. 68.72 million in that float. Little bit of a short float there. I don't think that's anything to concern. It's one of those things I always, after the whole meme stock craze and everything, anytime someone sees a short float, I feel like they're like, oh, short squeeze, short squeeze, short squeeze. And I always try to remind myself, especially when I'm getting a position that may have a high short float, is that there are people shorting that stock for a reason. And if I'm betting against them, I should have a real good reason for betting against them, right? I want to just get into something that has a high short float for the sake of a Hail Mary in that regard. Do I have a software company symbol list? I do not. Sorry, Mighty Mouse. I don't think we have one pre-built or anything like that. Take a look at symbols lists here. Maybe there's something. Let's take a look at what we got in the pre-built list. There's a lot of them. Symbol list. Let's expand this. Let's see here. Countries daily. TFs Holly. I liked sectors. Maybe something in sector. Finance, education, utilities, wholesale, transport, manufacturing. We got this data processing, hosting, and related services. In the ballparkish, but not exactly. Telecommunications. Management, manufacturing. Not manufacturing, but just in case. Let's just check. No, I didn't think so. I mean, there's some stuff that's in the ballpark in some of these, but nothing that's like specific software. Your top list config looks different than mine. Can you email a screenshot of it to info@trade-ideas.com? I'm very curious. I mean, it should look like. Do you have the advanced checked here? I'll bet that's what you got going on. I bet you don't have advanced config window checked. If I was a betting man, that's what I would bet. I'll bet you get something like this. That would be my bet. That's the only thing I can figure, because it should otherwise look like this. Strategy, search, window specific filters, exchanges, symbol list, column, sort, and summary. Let's see, info@trade-ideas.com. I'll put it in the chat for you. Info@trade-ideas.com. But again, if I was a betting man, you take a look here. Bear with me 1 second. If I was a betting man, I bet your configure window looks like this. And if you press advanced down here, you'll get the window that I have. But this is what I bet yours looks like. So again, don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I'll be curious to see what you send me then, because the only other thing I can think of is if you're on a very old version of the software. Let's see, what else do we got? AIIO. Fairly new issue, a month or so. Pretty darn liquid. Having itself a day for a smaller stock at the moment. Nothing too interesting as far as I'm concerned. But again, I don't like the real small price plays. That's just a personal thing. BLNE. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Interrupt me, get those questions in here. I'd much rather answer your questions than just kind of mindlessly go over a few charts here. Distilleries, very curious. Handcrafted spirits and digital printing. Huh. Interesting. Beverage tobacco product manufacturing. Well then. Liquid enough, 3.1 million on that traded. Good enough for 2 1/3 times what it's normally doing here. But again, nothing really hot underneath the hood as far as the monthly chart goes. You know, tried to get up, came back down, trying to get up again. This area looks like it'll be a bit of a challenge for it right there unless something were to change in favor of said stock. ORLA. So silver and gold mining. Trying to breach that area right there. Having a tough time of it. Sitting around all-time highs. All right, thanks, Rick. I'm keeping an eye on the box to see. Sometimes it takes a moment to filter in. Pretty good size float. I think it's been really stuck in this range for a while, though, right? Bang up. Banging into it. Banging into it. Banging into it. Just stuck right in that range for now. Rick, that looks exactly like what I have for a topless window. I mean, for the regular configure, they're not going to look the same because, you know, whatever you're configuring yours. This is a topless that has nothing in it for me. You know, I'm not using any filters or anything. Just got some whatever preset defaults that I defined in there, but it's the same thing. And it says advanced right on yours as well. Bring these over real quick. So there's, screenshot 1. Hold on, let me do this. So there's screenshot 1 to be compared to what I have here. And, strategies and all that, all the same right there. You're on the symbols list column, so that's what it looks like over there. Symbols list column. Mine has this because I've selected those items in there to come out from the add existing list. Mine looks like it does because of what I've done to it. And then if we come back to the strategies tab, give me a second while I load your second screenshot. The only difference here is going to be that you've got these filters going on in your top list there, and I don't have any filters because I didn't select any filters. I don't want any filters in that top list because it's attached to a symbols list that I'm using, but it's all the same. And there's the advanced configure window at the bottom there. So got the same window, my friend. My job is whatever they tell me to do. I do whatever they tell me to do. That's my job. I'm fairly well versed in the software. No apologies. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Want you to get to where you're going with the software. My main role is supporting the software for users, answering tons of support questions and email and the support chat and things like that. I also liaison between users with issues with software, bugs, and things like that to the development team. As those, I get the email, hey, for example, the IB situation, I have this thing going on, and then I ask for some different kinds of files from users that they don't know are built into the system, but I show them how to send them to me. And I go over a preliminary look of them, try to find where the issues are, highlight them for the development team so they can kind of rush right in instead of them pouring over them the whole thing. Put together a report, and then I liaison back and forth like that. I do obviously a bunch of testing on the software. Help with a little bit of business development stuff, some of the deals that we've had over the years with brokers and other entities. So a little bit of all that. And then, so how do you use that tab? I'm going to guess by use that tab, you mean the symbols list tab. And so in the symbols list, what you're doing here is, for example, here, I've just got this list of stocks here that are my liked. And by my liked, what do I mean? Well, we've got this heart in the corner of the charts here. And if you click on that heart, it adds it to a pre-made symbols list that's for each user called the my liked symbols list. And so all I did is I told this scan, I said, look, I don't want you scanning based on filters. I want you to just return me the stocks that I've asked you to look at, and then put some columns as well that I want to see there. And so what I did is I come to add existing list here. And this is going to be in alphabetical order. And for this specifically, my like personal, any list that you create or created for you specifically, we'll say personal in brackets. So I clicked on it and it's here. Now, if I get rid of, I'm going to remove all these actually, just so we can see at baseline. And this will be on all symbols. And so this is where usually it lives at baseline, all symbols and blank here. So if I go to the add existing list and I scroll down and find them I liked, as I click it, double click it, it doesn't want to add it. Didn't want to add it because I have it there. But so I can double click a list and then I put a check mark in it, and it defaults to go to only the following list, but I can also exclude lists too, telling a scan, never look at these stocks on this list. You can create your own list too. So for an example, I've got this ETF sector list here. Oops. I could, Mike. See, I could. I was a delivery driver back in the day for a number of years. So I've got this the sector list that I built. And so again, no filters. We're not looking at any filters. I just have some columns that I want to show. And in the symbols list, sector analysis personal, and I'm only following that list. And to show you how I built that list, let me give you a video on that. And the concept behind the video that I'm going to share with you, you create any kind of watch list you want like this. I just happen to, in the video, create the sector watch list essentially. But this is how you'd create any kind of watch list you wanted. And the basis of a watch list is it's simple, and it's simple in the fact of once you have the idea behind it, but takes a little bit of legwork to do. You're going to build a symbols list. Let me move this back out of the way here. There we go. All right, you're going to build a symbols list. And in order to build this, and this is I go over all this in the video, but you can watch the video in a couple of minutes when we wrapped up here. But let me show you while we're live together right now. So you go to Tools, and you go to Symbols Lists. You go create new list, and whatever you want to call the list. My best choices. Right. I press OK. Now we've got that. They populate in alphabetical order. And I can double click the list and it opens, and you see it's empty right now. And I can start to add things, Apple, AAPL is Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, XLK for technology, whatever I want. And then, I press OK, and then I can find that list in any scan. In the symbol list here, I'll go to symbol list here, and we're going to go alphabetical order again. We'll find my best choices. You can see it right there, and I can add that, put the check mark in it, and then it'll follow the list that I told it to. And so you can build a list for anything you wanted, essentially. One thing I ask people, because I ran into someone a couple of weeks ago, and they were not happy with my answer, but sometimes my answers, whether you like them or not, they're not because I want to answer you like that. It's because that's just the way it is in life sometimes and with the software. So for example, we had someone that created a symbols list, and somehow they created some automated generalized symbols list file, and then copy pasted it into the symbols list with almost 500,000 tickers on it. For context, there are roughly 8,000 tickers in the US market, and we cover them all. But there are limitations, and if you make a symbols list with 400 and something thousand symbols on it, it's going to break something. And I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. So, anyways, that's the way it is in life sometimes. I just always ask people, when you go to do something with the software, and if you think you might be pushing thresholds, just know it may not work if you're pushing thresholds. I'm not necessarily against pushing thresholds because that's how we find them. Things aren't exactly black and white with thresholds as far as our software goes. Very dependent on other factors going on as well, especially with scan buildings and layouts and things like that. But, when you've got a market that looks at roughly 8,000 symbols or something, and you're putting 400 and something thousand on a symbols list, that might be a little bit beyond the threshold. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. So hopefully that helped you there, Rick. Anybody else too? I mean, that's for anybody, of course. The symbols list, it's a great function, great feature, one of my favorites. There we go. Sorry, clicking through a few things here. So a couple minutes left here, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get some questions in for me if you got them for wrap up for the day. let's see. I think we cover all the stocks in the top 10. I think we did. Oh, no, we left off on ORLA, PTNM. Soap and other detergent manufacturing. Newer issue as well. Small float. What are you exactly? Well, I got a profile on you. Fair enough. I know exactly what to say to this chart here. Down here around $1. Ran itself up to 9-ish. I guess some people are really big fans of soap. Thank you, Mike C. Appreciate you always being here. Appreciate the all the positive vibes and feedback. Thank you. Thank you. I will note this. Had a lot of these recently. So overall, market looking pretty strong. And of course, that would be indicated here on a SPY chart. Doesn't hurt when it's sitting up and around all-time highs for a while now. What's a while? Well, let's take a look. So, coming through here where that all-time high was, and we've been once again making new all-time highs since sometime at the end of June, beginning of July, something like that. Just kind of keep grinding some all-time highs, little pullbacks along the way. The trend remains up for the moment anyways. Probably be a sleepy-ish market for a day or two here, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, maybe I got it wrong. I think there's a Fed meeting this week where it's expected they'll cut rates. Always fun when they cut rates at all-time highs. Let's see how that turns out. I will say, volume hasn't really changed much for a while here, to be honest. We got a little bit sleepy here in August overall. A little tick up from there. But if you go back to, June and July, we're kind of more or less on par with the volume from June and July. I guess people didn't really go away in May. Sorry, I'm just scrolling around looking at comparing some volumes over time periods here. Displays, I don't want that in my way. I'm doing homework here. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at this one, thinking out loud together. Yeah, kind of a steady run for a long time in volume, more than less. This outlier here, that outlier there. I hear Barry breathing.
Oh, Chris.
Was that your Friday the 13th breath?
Oh, yeah. A little Jason action.
Yes.
Jason's Friday. Is he? He's Friday.
Yeah, he's right? Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never saw one of them. No, didn't see one. I've never seen any of those Halloweens or Jason or.
I've only watched I think I've watched a couple of the Halloweens, but only once each of those. I watched a ton of Friday the 13th and a ton of Nightmare on Elm Street. I love that stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah, sort of passed me by, I guess. But I don't think I'm any worse for it.
No, I'd agree. I wouldn't say you really missed anything.
Yeah. Well, as that's the case, once you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Also that too. Yes, correct.
Also that too. All right, my friend. Well, I will take over for you now. I wish I could
Alrighty.
leave because it's just so flippin' boring right now.
That's what I
It's
was saying before, kind of sleepy in the market. Right? I mean, there's things
yeah.
that have made moves, but nothing like crazy, you know?
Well, and they're made the moves, but then they're not sustained and a pullback, and you wonder, okay, now and then another move up, and then another move down. So nothing for me anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some, of course, but I haven't really found anything that I'm interested in that's making a sustained move. So
Yeah.
when it comes to that, I just sort of, if I weren't doing this, I'd be turning off my computer and well, doing anything else. But
Going for a bike
unfortunately,
ride.
I can't. I can't. Okay, well, listen. So, are you going to be in tomorrow, or do you know?
I'm probably going to do tomorrow. I thought I was going to do last Tuesday, but Steve really wanted to do it.
Andy.
Andy did it
Andy,
last
didn't it?
Tuesday. Oh,
I
okay.
think
Then
I
Andy
think
did it.
Andy took over. He demanded.
Yeah, that was, hey,
Okay.
have at it if you want it.
Yeah.
I have no problem doing it though. So, but I figure with taking Wednesday off, I'll do tomorrow. Why not?
Okay.
Always happy to do it. So,
All right,
all
my
right.
friend. Well, we'll
Thank you, good
if we
sir.
see you tomorrow, great. If not, we'll see you next week.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.
Oh, I guess my screen is already on. Okay, in YouTube. I didn't actually do that. I guess Chris must have done that for me. Okay, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Both rooms, yes. And one last thing to do, get my music going so I don't. There we go. So I see our cell is still, well, actually, you know what? This is actually maybe turning into a very gentle short. Little sell flag right there. Orange, turning orange. Hasn't moved that much. That might be an interesting short. Our sell after the nice run up most of the day. So it's interesting on a day, the market. Actually, let's take a look at the market. So last time I looked at this, the market was trying to hold what the SPY was trying to hold the VWAP, and now look what's happened. So the VWAP finally got broken, and this looks like it's broken now for a while anyway. There's that purple line right there. Hmm. Hey, I looked at this one, BXSL. Okay, guys. Well, this is interesting to me as a short, potential short. It's kind of a weird thing, Blackstone Secured Lending Fund, but let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Again, these are kind of boring, but you know what? I'll take boring. 27.78, that looks like the low right there. 27.76 is the low, and today's low was 27.75, so it's got right to that low. If it takes that out, a lot of room underneath, 25.85. So I'm going to put a price alert right there again, see if it takes it out again. Now it has, well, there's a bit of a transition now. There are little buy flags showing up here. All right, well, I'll take a look. Okay, IHT, maybe. I mean, a little pop and then a little drop, little pop and drop, pop and drop. Oh, this one, what a consolidation. Pretty interesting consolidation for this ONFO, ONFO. Don't think I saw it at all. I think it's, well, it started at, well, a little over $1. Wow, what a day it's had. I don't really recall seeing this one. It went from $1 to 2, pulled all the way back down to 126. Another one that issued a dividend, 75 cents a share. All right, guys. Well, as I wait for something that I'm interested in to happen, I will go over my homepage one last time today. Give me a moment, guys. Just got to find my link. Yeah, there seem to be some of these REITs. Perfect. Yeah, moving. I don't know why today. All right, guys. Clicking on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. Always right at the very top. How you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Good idea is to save my homepage link, because then that's how you can get into the room right there, the trading room. If you're in YouTube, in case you don't know, there is another room, a lot more action in the other trading room. Okay, so if you did want to come into it, just click on my homepage link and click here, trading room. Education section is here. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, is the getting started with Trade Ideas. Very short videos. If you don't have Trade Ideas, though, what I would start off on the second video and run through them all, and then you'll probably be able to tell whether or not you'd like to take out a subscription. At least try us, okay? It should give you an idea whether or not it's the right type of program for you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free, all free. Okay, series of videos, all free. Oh, I forgot to mention also down here, click on my homepage link and keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's see what's happening with it. EVGO is the trade of the week this week. And it's still, yeah, so it triggered. The trigger was 420, so it's still above the trigger price. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you clicked on my homepage link, here we are, middle section. There are the scans, the information that I'm currently sharing. This is the 2-minute version of I have two versions of this, the 5-minute and the 2-minute. I'm running the 2-minute. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes down here. I'm not sharing this. I mean, I will share it if you want it. When I say I'm not sharing it, it's not on my homepage. Biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. A couple that and these three that I used to have up and running all the time, I don't have them up and running right now. Momentum scan, gap continuation or reversal, and the 10 and the Pepe combo scan. I'm just trying to really pare down the number of things I look at all day. If you have any questions about the scans or anything else, feel free to ask me questions. So William says he'll keep the room open. I think you said 3:30 to 3:45. So maybe a minimum of 3:30, maybe a max of 3:45. So when I leave, and the way it's looking, I'll probably be leaving right around 2 o'clock. So after I leave, William will keep the main room, the main room open till, as he said, 3:30 to 3:45. I'll have to shut down YouTube though, but I can give, but again, you can come into the main room if you want to. Anybody who's in YouTube. Well, the news window is not that great anyway, Nina, but I'll show you how. So do you see my single stock window? It's not great though. I'll tell you right off the bat. It really needs a lot of fixing, but can you see my single stock window? See what I'm pointing at right down here? Can you see there's a news tab? So there it is. Well, okay, at least it says market beat this time. Before it was going to something else constantly. So maybe it's getting, maybe they've, but that's it. That's the news tab right there. So when you say you don't know how to open it, you just click on the news tab. The black window. What is the black window? Don't understand what you mean. If you see what I'm pointing at, I'm on details right now. There's a tab that says competitors, and then there's a tab that says news. And you click on it, and this would be the news. See if it's all right. You know what? At least we're getting back to what it. Not that it was wonderful before. You're not going to get late breaking up to the second news here, but at least we're getting back to something that is what we had before. Because this was the news this morning for Check Tap. Well, personally, you're talking about this black window. You're talking about this. This is Interactive Brokers, Nina. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So if you have Interactive, I mean, most brokerage platforms have some kind of a news feed. So I'm sorry. So you were talking about this, but this is just from my Interactive Brokers. Who do you have? Do you have Interactive Brokers, Nina? But at least we're getting back to what it used to be. Well, when you say can we join, yeah, that is a brokerage platform. So, I mean, that's how you trade. I mean, that's just a brokerage platform. So I don't know do you know who is your broker? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So just go into file, click on file from Interactive Brokers. This is what I do anyway. Click on file, and then a box pops up. Click on new window. Another huge box pops up. I scroll down, and then I go down to news. Another box pops up, and then news wire. Another box pops up, and then eventually we get to company specific news. All these boxes popping up. Okay. Now, I'm sure maybe if you do a search and you search on news, I don't know what happens. I don't see but you just have to do it once, okay? Just do it once, and then when you save. Oh, I see. Okay, yes. So we have something called an external linking tool, Nina. So if you click on tools and then external linking, see where I'm pointing? External linking. Okay, and then you just follow these. I'm linked to Interactive Brokers. I am linked. Linking means when I click on a symbol, it loads into Interactive Brokers, and then of course, well, watch. So if I click on HMR, okay, see how? So I'm linked into it goes into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and of course because my chain link is the same color, as the order entry, it's going to show up in the news also. Okay, so how to do that, just follow the instructions, tools, external linking, and then you just follow these instructions where it says add a link. I'm already linked, so I'm not going to do it again, but you add a link because if you haven't done it, and then just follow these instructions while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. The target window in the case of Interactive Brokers is the order entry. So you put the pointer right into the order entry, and then you hold down the shift key. And when you hold down the shift key, the link is started. Okay, the link is started. The only thing in Interactive Brokers is that you have to also go down to this, the rule. Okay, the rule. This because right now it's grayed out for me, but if I was starting a new link, a rule, and I just pick Interactive Brokers Live. You see there's a drop down. I just pick Interactive Brokers Live, say okay. And now I have established a link between Trade Ideas, the symbols, and Interactive Brokers. And so why it's, of course, it's good for me because I'm clicking on many symbols all day long. It'd be a real pain if I see a symbol and I would have to type it in. So it's basically what it is it's a huge time saver. So I click on a symbol and it loads into my order entry. And everything is linked because I've got the same color chain links. This is my time and sales. This is my news. Or whatever else you would want within Trade Idea within Interactive Brokers, I guess. Just make sure that the chain link is all the same color. Okay, were you able to establish a link? Now it has to be the well, I don't even know what they call it, but the pro version, not the light version, not the web-based version. Okay, not the free commission version. Um, we link with many brokerages, Jeanette. Okay, a lot of times, and understanding that the brokers don't care. Well, Interactive Brokers does. We have a pretty tight relationship with them and Alpaca. Okay, E-Trade, we link with them, but I don't think our relationship isn't as tight. But understand that most brokers don't care whether we can link with them or not. But most of the time, it's just a matter of trial and error. Doing this, clicking on the tools and external linking and putting the pointer usually in the order entry. And sometimes you have to edit the link and the beginning is cut off, use alternate method. Sometimes it's a little bit of trial and error. And sometimes you see the brokers will change their API and what used to work before doesn't work now because they don't care whether we can link with them. So who's your broker as an example, Jeanette? I mean, I know we link with Thinkorswim and yeah, it does not work with web-based programs at all, like Webull or is it Wedbush? So interesting. The newest E-Trade application is totally web-based. Interesting. We do link with Questrade. I used to have Questrade. We do link with them. Long as it's the download, again, I think Questrade it has to be the downloadable application though. It cannot be the web-based version. Okay. But I'm in Canada. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. I love Interactive Brokers, but it's up to you. So, William, are you suggesting though that E-Trade will eventually get rid of their downloadable application? Is that what you're implying? That it's going to be totally web-based? Is that what they're trying to say? Or will they still have the two of them? Or do you know? So you're suggesting they're going to change completely to a web-based version. The reason I say that is because a lot of our customers have, okay, well, let me just pass that on to the guys because so that was last week? Yeah, IB yeah, I don't know what IB is gonna do, but, as a company, we'll have to figure out something because, I mean, that's, one of the huge time savers is just well, plus, with this money machine and all, it requires, well, as we speak anyway, the, downloadable application of the brokerage platform. Does anybody is anybody okay, I'm almost 100% sure. So is anybody using I know, Will, you don't have to try, William, but anybody using the web-based version of E-Trade now, which you say they launched last week? So, Tom, you're using the web-based version of E-Trade. Okay. Now, you have not we have never been able to link to a web-based version of any brokerage platform. So, have you tried, just out of curiosity, Power E-Trade Pro? Okay. So, have you tried to link the web-based version? I mean, we have never been able to before. So, okay, I'm asking a couple questions at the same time. So, Tom, you are using the web okay, gotta ask the I'll ask one question. You're using the web-based version, and have you been able to establish a link between Trade Ideas and E-Trade's web-based version? That will be a yes or no answer. Well, I believe so. Well, you'll know so, when you click on a symbol in Trade Ideas, is it loading into your order entry in the web-based version of, E-Trade? It is. So William tried, and he could not get it to link. So how are you getting it to link? Are you, and is it a consistent link? In other words, I click on one symbol, it loads in, I go to another one, it loads in. Well, okay, you see, you gotta know if you're using the web version. Yeah. But William says he tried and he couldn't do it. So it's possible you're not using the web-based version, Tom. You might think you are, but you're not. Yeah, this is what you're seeing here. This is a downloadable application or download for trade. Excuse me, for trade ideas. Yeah, we had a web-based version, but we're not supporting it anymore. So you're not using the downloadable application, okay? And you think you've been able to establish a link by using the tools, external linking. It's important because I have to pass this on to our support people because we do have a lot of customers who use E-Trade. And so you're able to click on a symbol, and then it loads in. Click on another, excuse me, logs in or enters into your order entry without any having to do anything else. Okay, well, wonder if we get one other person just to confirm that. I'm not doubting you at all, Tom. I just need one more person before I pass that on. William says he's old and slow and was not able to do it. Just give me a moment. Yeah, but he'd be using the downloadable application for sure. I don't even know if he knows that there's a web-based version. So Power E-Trade Pro, is that their web-based version or is that what they would also call their downloadable application? It's just they gotta, or is that it? Power E-Trade Pro is the only, or is that what they're calling their web-based version now and that's it? Okay, thank you, William. Okay. Okay, you can get E-Trade to link to web, but you mean it's not perfect. Okay, so what? So when Pepe, I'm sorry, you mean you can get trade ideas to link to the web-based version of E-Trade, but it's not perfect. Is that what you meant? Okay, so again, not perfect meaning it loses focus. If you click on something within the web-based version, it loses focus, perhaps. Okay, so it really doesn't link. Loads the first symbol correctly, but the subsequent symbols keep appending. Okay, well, that's obviously then that's not good. Maybe it's and you tried the alternate methods and all that. I thought that was always the problem with. Thought that was always the problem with the web-based versions of anything that it would load the first symbol in, but after that it was a mess, and that was always the problem. So you're not using E-Trade, Tom. I'm sorry. You're using Brokers Plus, but that won't matter. At any rate, you know what? We're going to get some people at Trade Ideas have E-Trade, so we'll get to the bottom of it. Well, we actually, I mean, we have to. We're going to, as a company, have to figure out something because I can see that maybe eventually all the brokerage platforms will go to a web-based version. That's what people like. Like a web-based version solely. Oh, okay. You don't like their web-based okay. I think maybe for the casual trader, it's probably okay, but we're certainly not casually trading. Okay, guys, let's take a look at AIIO. Now, HSDT, I'm not going to completely rule it out. I mean, the VWAP is quite a bit above it, but it is just basing right now. If a whole bunch of volume comes in, and there's possible that it could have a pop and get through all that. and go on a late day run? Yeah, I mean, for as you call an investor, I mean, somebody who's not clicking on a lot of different symbols all day long. If you're just wanting to even just type in a symbol and you're looking at it, every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or even just a few a day. I mean, I wouldn't care either if I were, just looking at, I don't know, 5 or 6 stocks a day, and it wouldn't be a big deal just to type the symbol in. And especially if you're going to, as an investor, who's not worried if it moves at 10 cents or 20 cents on you while you're watching it. It will matter. Hey guys, AI is putting on a little bit of a move here. AI is the stock, the symbol, the company, not in general. See, I don't use Brokers Plus at all, Tom. So are you actually trading using Brokers Plus? You're using your E-Trade account. So are you actually trading using Brokers Plus? Oh, really? So you're okay. Yeah, no connection. You're right. Not that we don't want it, but they're not. They don't care. So I think obviously we tried a long time ago to get them involved and sort of working with us, but they don't care. So not much we can do. Okay, guys, there's a little run in solar stocks today. Let me take a look at TAN. TAN. If they're all, I see run. I see JKS. Yeah, a little run in the solar stocks. I see run. I see JKS. Okay, bit dear. Let me take a look at BTDR underneath the whole number. Hmm. Wow. Look at the low. The next low is way down here at 14. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sort of interested in this and a short. I mean, it's been steadily down, a little pop here. Now the trend continues down, and it's all about how much room it's got. I mean, there's a 200-day way down here, 14. Low of Friday was down here around 14 also. Lots of shares available, 34 million at Interactive Brokers, so that's certainly not an issue. All right, well, let's see. I got a pretty good fill on the BTDR. Again, not expecting a lot, not expecting like a massive jump down or anything, but certainly has room. This is just sort of testing for me, using this 2 minute. All my trades today have been shorts. That was the IPO on Friday, wasn't it, Poe? Or last week sometime? FOFO? FO? Oh, yeah. Take a look at FOFO. Hmm. Well, the high on Friday was 15, around 15. So above, obviously, it's above the close on Friday. Okay, so when you say how to load, so basically, okay, so you have created your symbol list. Is that correct? You've created one. You know how to do that. Okay, perfect. So the next step is to create an alert window or a top list window and how you want to monitor it. Okay. So let's pretend. Hmm, well, let's pretend this is a top, well, this is a top list window. So if it's a top list window or an alert window, this is all you do. You right click. So because you have to attach the symbol list to it. So I'll use a top list window, but it's exactly the same with an alert window. So I right click and go to configure. And then you see where it says symbol lists. So if you've created it correctly, then you should see, if you click on add existing list, you should see it somewhere. Okay. You should see it. You should see it right at the top, probably, if you haven't done very many. So all you have to do then is left click on it, and then it'll move over into this column when you've done that. Okay. Just so you left click and it'll move over into this column because that has to be in this column. Once you see your list that you created in this column right here, then this is a drop down menu, and you want to check only the following list and you check it. Then and say, okay, now it's attached. Okay. It's attached to the top list window or alert window that you started this process from. So you can see then that you can take a symbol list and you can attach it to as many different top list windows or alert windows that you want. So let me know if that worked for you or made sense. The trick is always when you've created it, you have to click on add existing list and you should see it. If you've done it correctly, you'll see it. And left click, if I left clicked on this all ADRs, it would immediately move over here. And then once it's in this column, then again, this is a drop down. You just pick from this drop down menu only the following list and check it. And now it's attached. Okay. Don't forget to save your work, okay? At the end of the day, save your layout. Every little change you make, that's not a little change, but every change you make, if you don't save your work, that it won't be remembered, of course. So, well, you're going to be rewarded so far, Popo, Fofo, Po, and Fofo. Wow, it's at the high now, right at the high of Friday, 1490. What did it get to? Got up to 1485. Takes that high out, and yeah, look out. Now, Poe, I hope you have your finger on that submit button, getting rid of some. Then I got up to $15 and pulled all the way back down to 1380. I have it thumbnail, that's why I know. Well, now it's at the high. Now it's above. Well, it's an all-time high. I mean, 2 days. I mean, but it is an all-time high now. Fofo. China IPO on Friday. Should have been in there though. Also, Brenda, in the guide, it should have been in there. You know, creating a symbol list and then attaching. Because the next step is if you want to, if you want to edit your symbol list, because you're going to have some symbols in there now, but maybe you don't want the same ones all the time. So I don't know if you know how to do that. I can show you how. I'm actually surprised it did not get halted. Okay, so if you want to edit your symbol list, okay, you go up to the toolbar. Okay, go to the toolbar, the trade ideas, and then click on tools, and then symbol list. This is not intuitive. So click on, so again, from our toolbar, click on tools and then symbol list. And here's a list of yours. You'll see the symbol list that you created. So if I left click on one of them, highlight it. But if you've only have a few, then it'll be obvious which one. And then left click on it, highlight it, and then edit the list. Okay, edit the list. Now you can get rid of some, add some, and say okay. That to me is the quickest way to edit the list of symbols that are in a symbol list. So again, from the toolbar, you click on tools and then symbol lists. And then here they are. Just highlight the one you want, left click on it to highlight it, and then edit the list. Of course, that's how you also create a list. I'm surprised that's not in the guide though. It's probably in the guide. You're probably looking at a bunch of different videos, but because that should be in the guide under symbol list or watch list or something. There you go. That page just put the link out there. Oops. For others, if you go to my homepage and click on the education section right here, and then up here, the user guide, and then here's should be a whole section, watch list. They're called watch lists. Okay, the whole section on watch lists. AGNX. Yeah, another okay. Thank you, D. Another IPO from Thursday. Sorry, so it's above Friday's high now. Has a bit ways to go. Actually, not that far. A couple of dollars to the high. Oh, why not? Just put a price alert up there. Nice to see some of these IPOs not completely collapsing the first day. Oh, wait a minute. My secretary is saying it's a SPAC merger, not an IPO. So, kind of an IPO, but a very specific type. Well, come on down, bit dear, just a little bit more, maybe. Just the one I'm short in. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 1:57, so I'm probably gonna head out pretty soon, okay? Yeah, it's an actual trade. Yeah. Bitdeer, absolutely. BTDR, yes. Nina. Again, I'm on Friday, I turned late in the day to a 2-minute chart, okay? Because I was seeing the wave and I was seeing some sell flags or buy flags, and I thought, "You know what? They look pretty good looking at a 2-minute chart." Not that I saw a sell flag here. That bit deer showed up here on the large cap losers. That's where I found it. And I mean, it hasn't moved that much. I'm in at 77, okay, 1577 on the short. Again, I don't expect rocket ships from these things, but I'm more testing the idea, the concept of what I'm trying to accomplish now. Certainly, hey guys, I know some of you follow SMR. SMR, I think is might be making a high of the day. No, but but it's trying to recover somewhat. I mean, it's still up a dollar, but it had a pretty steep decline on the market open. Oh, MTVA guy, yeah, I see some of you talking about MTVA. You can see this one at all until well, right now. The reason why because it was under a dollar, so it got to be over a dollar right around here. Remember my minimum in this in virtually everything I have is a dollar. Okay, guys, so it's 2 o'clock. So I'll hang around maybe another minute or so, but I'm going to start to wrap this up for me. So first of all, I just want to thank everybody for all the help as usual. Now, YouTubers, I will put my homepage link in. If you do want to head over to the main room will be open till say 3:30 or so, maybe a little later, even after I leave. So here's my homepage link. Anybody in YouTube that still wants to talk about stocks after I leave, you can go over to the main room. But okay, sorry. So I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on it, this is for people in YouTube, okay? That's all. Just people in YouTube. So if you click on it and then scroll down a bit, trading room right here. Okay. So that's for YouTubers if you want to still talk trading and all. So Pepe, did you try the alternate method? I couldn't quite understand when you said you tried the alternate method with the web-based version of E-Trade. Did that make it work? Couldn't quite understand. Chris is asking me. That was the only, but to make it work, but only for the first symbol. Only for the first symbol, right? And then it just got jumbled after that. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, listen, guys. Yeah, BitDeer is actually giving me a nice little trade here, BTDR. So I'm going to head out now. So again, thanks for all the help. Tomorrow the room will be open. The main room will be open at 7:30 Eastern time. Either Chris or William will do it. William, if he gets it really early, might even open it earlier. I'll get on the mic at around 9. I'll open the YouTube room between 8:30 and 8:40. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. I'm muting myself now in the main room, and I'm stopping the screen sharing. And I'm ending the YouTube stream now.